Journal entry number Natam 82, 15th October, 1895.
As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record one of the most peculiar cases that ever graced the sitting room of 221B Baker Street, one where an empty parcel would prove far more significant than any treasure-laden package, and where a nervous young courier would teach Holmes something about human nature that all his years of observation had somehow overlooked. The morning began, as so many of our autumn days did in those years, with a crispness in the air that seemed to sharpen both thought and appetite. I recall descending the 17 steps from my bedroom to find Holmes already ensconced in his favourite chair by the window, the early light illuminating the sharp planes of his face as he gazed out upon Baker Street below. He had that particular stillness about him that I had come to recognize over our years together. Not the restless energy of a mind starved for stimulation, but rather the focused calm of a predator who has caught the scent of something interesting on the wind. "You're awake unusually early," I ventured, moving toward the breakfast table, where Mrs. Hudson had laid out our morning fare. The scent of strong coffee mingled with the aroma of fresh bread, and I found myself grateful, as I often did, for the comfortable domesticity of our shared quarters. "I have not yet been to bed," Holmes replied, without turning from the window, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin. "There is something in the air this morning, Watson. Can you not feel it?" I confess I felt nothing beyond the pleasant coolness of an October day and the anticipated satisfaction of breakfast. But I had learned long ago not to dismiss Holmes's intuitions. His senses, particularly his ability to detect the subtle variations in the rhythm of our street, had proven uncannily accurate on numerous occasions. "Something amiss?" I asked, pouring myself a cup of coffee and settling into my chair with the morning paper. "On the contrary," he said, and I detected the faintest hint of amusement in his voice. "Something remarkably ordinary is about to present itself as extraordinary. It is a peculiar distinction, Watson, and one that often proves most illuminating." I had barely time to puzzle over this cryptic statement when the sound of rapid footsteps on the stairs announced a visitor. Mrs. Hudson's knock was brief and businesslike. She had long since abandoned the formality of waiting for our explicit permission when clients arrived in evident distress. "A young gentleman to see you, Mr. Holmes," she announced, somewhat breathlessly. "He seems most agitated, though perfectly polite about it, if you understand my meaning." "Show him up at once, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, finally turning from the window with an expression of keen interest. "And Watson, I would be much obliged if you would observe our visitor with particular attention. I suspect this case will require your medical expertise, though perhaps not in the manner to which you are accustomed." The young man who entered our sitting room was, at first glance, exactly the sort of unremarkable individual who might pass unnoticed on any London street. He was perhaps 23 or 24 years of age, of medium height and slender build, with sandy hair that had been carefully pomaded, but was already beginning to escape its constraint. His suit was respectable, but not expensive, the kind purchased by a young man beginning his professional life, anxious to make a good impression, but lacking the means for true elegance. What struck me immediately, however, with the trained eye of a medical man, were the signs of profound nervousness. His face, though pleasant and open in feature, was pale with an unhealthy cast that spoke of recent sleeplessness His hands trembled slightly as he clutched a brown paper parcel to his chest, and I noted the rapid pulse visible at his throat. Most telling of all was his breathing, quick and shallow, the pattern I had observed countless times in patients experiencing acute anxiety. "Mr. Holmes?" the young man said, his voice admirably steady despite his evident agitation. "Dr. Watson, I do apologize for calling at such an hour, but I find myself in the most bewildering predicament, and I was told, that is, I have heard, that you might be willing to assist me." "Please sit down," Holmes said with unexpected gentleness, gesturing to the chair opposite his own. "You are clearly distressed, and whatever your predicament, it will be better discussed in comfort. Watson, perhaps some tea." I moved to comply, noting with interest Holmes's unusually solicitous manner. He typically displayed little patience for excessive nervousness in clients, preferring to cut through emotional displays to reach the facts of a case. This departure from his usual approach suggested he had already observed something in our visitor that I had yet to perceive. The young man lowered himself carefully into the chair, still clutching his parcel as though it were a shield against some invisible threat. Now that he was seated, I could observe him more closely. His clothing, while neat, showed signs of hasty dressing. His collar was slightly askew, and I noticed he wore mismatched cufflinks, one silver and one brass. His shoes, though recently polished, bore the scuff marks of someone who had been walking with unusual rapidity and without his customary care. "I hardly know where to begin," our visitor said, accepting the cup of tea I offered with a grateful nod. "My name is Thomas Ashworth, and I am, or rather, I was, until this morning, employed as a courier with Branson and Merridew's parcel delivery service. It is a position I have held for only 3 weeks, Mr. Holmes, and I fear I may have already ruined everything through my own stupidity." "I very much doubt that," Holmes said, settling into his chair with that deceptive casualness that I knew masked intense focus. "Stupidity announces itself quite distinctly, Mr. Ashworth, and whatever brought you to our door this morning, I suspect it is not that. But please, tell us your story from the beginning. Leave out no detail, no matter how trivial it may seem." Ashworth took a steadying breath and set his teacup down with care, though I noticed his hands still trembled slightly. 3 weeks ago, as I mentioned, I was hired by Branson and Merridew's. It is a respectable firm, Dr. Watson, quite respectable. They handle parcels and packages for some of the finest establishments in London. I was fortunate to secure the position. There were many applicants, and the salary, while modest, is reliable. He paused, glancing down at the parcel in his lap, as though it were some malevolent creature that might suddenly spring to life. "This morning," he continued, "I arrived at the firm's depot at my usual time, 7 o'clock precisely. I'm always punctual, Mr. Holmes. My father impressed upon me the importance of reliability in professional life. I found this parcel on my sorting table, with my name attached to a routing slip. The instructions were clear. I was to deliver it to an address in Bloomsbury by 9 o'clock. "And did you?" Holmes asked, his grey eyes never leaving Ashworth's face. "I did, sir. The address was a private residence on Bedford Square. I knocked, and when no one answered, I followed protocol and left the parcel with the instructions to collect it from the main office if it had been delivered in error." "Most proper," I interjected, earning a brief smile from the young man. "Thank you, Dr. Watson. But when I returned to the depot to collect my next assignments, I was approached by Mr. Merridew himself, one of the senior partners. He seemed surprised to see me, and asked if I had completed my delivery. When I confirmed that I had, he became quite pale, and asked me to describe the parcel I had delivered. Ashworth's hands tightened on the package he still held. It was only then, gentlemen, that I realized something was terribly wrong. Mr. Merridew asked me to accompany him to his office, where he showed me the routing slip that should have been attached to my parcel. According to the firm's records, I was meant to receive a test package. They do this periodically with new employees, you see, to assess our reliability and attention to detail. A test package? I asked, setting down my own teacup with interest. Yes, Doctor. New couriers are given parcels to deliver without being informed that they are being observed and assessed. It is the company's way of ensuring that we follow proper procedures even when we believe no one is watching. A perfectly reasonable practice, I suppose, though it does feel rather like being tested in school. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his expression one of keen attention. And this test package, was it the parcel you delivered? That's just it, Mr. Holmes, Ashworth said, and I could hear the desperation creeping into his voice. I delivered it successfully, followed every protocol, and would have passed their test with flying colours. But the parcel I was given. He held up the brown paper package with trembling hands. Was not the test package they had prepared for me. With sudden decision, he extended the parcel toward Holmes. I know this sounds absurd, gentlemen, but I must show you. When I returned to the depot and Mr. Merridew explained about the test, he asked me to describe the parcel in detail. Something in my description troubled him, and he asked me to wait while he checked the morning sorting. He returned with this, the actual test package that should have been on my table this morning. Holmes took the parcel with his characteristic delicacy, his long fingers exploring its dimensions and weight. I watched as his eyes narrowed slightly, a sign I had come to recognize as indicating something unexpected. Watson, he said quietly, come and examine this, if you would. I rose and moved to Holmes's side, looking down at the parcel he held. It was perhaps 10 inches square and 3 inches deep, wrapped in ordinary brown paper and secured with common twine. The knots were neat and professional, the paper corners folded with precision. In every visible respect, it appeared to be an entirely normal package. It seems quite ordinary, I ventured. Indeed it does, Holmes agreed. Remarkably ordinary, which makes its most distinctive characteristic all the more fascinating. He hefted the parcel slightly, then handed it to me. Tell me what you observed, Doctor. I took the package and immediately understood what had caught Holmes's attention. Despite its substantial size and apparently careful wrapping, the parcel weighed almost nothing, certainly no more than the paper and twine that enclosed it. It's empty, I said, unable to keep the surprise from my voice. Or very nearly so. Precisely, Ashworth said miserably. The test package, the one meant to assess my reliability and competence, is completely empty. There is nothing inside but air. And yet, someone wrapped it with meticulous care, labelled it with my name, and placed it on my sorting table to be delivered. Most intriguing, Holmes murmured, turning the parcel over in his hands. And the parcel you actually delivered this morning, the one not meant for you, can you describe it? That's what has me so distressed, Mr. Holmes. According to Mr. Merridew, that parcel was meant for Henderson, one of our senior couriers. It contained items of considerable value, jewellery being transferred between family members, I believe. When Mr. Merridew realised the mistake, he immediately sent Henderson to retrieve it from the Bedford Square address, but... Ashworth's voice trailed off, his distress evident. "But," Holmes prompted gently, "the residents of the house claim they never received any parcel this morning. Henderson found no package, no trace of the delivery. And now Mr. Merridew suspects that I may have been involved in some sort of deception, that I delivered the valuable parcel elsewhere and am using this empty package as some sort of excuse or distraction." The young man looked up at us with genuine anguish in his eyes. "I swear to you, gentlemen, I delivered exactly the parcel I was given, to exactly the address specified. I followed every protocol, did everything correctly, and yet somehow I have managed to lose valuable property and cast suspicion upon myself, all within 3 weeks of beginning my first real position in life." I felt a surge of sympathy for the young man. Here was someone genuinely trying to do right, caught in circumstances beyond his understanding or control. I glanced at Holmes and saw that he was studying Ashworth with an expression I had rarely seen, something that looked remarkably like compassion, mixed with his usual analytical intensity. "Mr. Ashworth," Holmes said, setting the empty parcel down on the table beside him, "I do not believe you are either stupid or dishonest. What I believe is that you have stumbled into something rather more complex than a simple case of misplaced packages. Someone went to considerable trouble to ensure that you received this empty parcel instead of your test package. The question we must answer is, why?" "You believe me," Ashworth said, and the relief in his voice was palpable. "I do," Holmes replied simply. "The evidence of your character is written quite clearly for anyone with eyes to see it. You dressed hurriedly this morning, your collar is askew, and your cufflinks don't match, but you still took time to polish your shoes, suggesting ingrained habits of professionalism. You came directly here, rather than simply resigning your position and disappearing, which indicates both courage and integrity. And most tellingly, you brought the empty parcel with you rather than disposing of it, recognizing that even seemingly meaningless evidence might prove significant." I watched as colour slowly returned to Ashworth's face, and his breathing began to steady. It was remarkable, I thought, how Holmes's confidence could provide such immediate comfort to those in distress. "Then you'll help me?" Ashworth asked. "You'll investigate what happened?" Holmes rose from his chair with sudden energy, that familiar light of the hunt kindling in his eyes. "My dear Mr. Ashworth, I would not miss this case for anything. There is nothing quite so fascinating as a mystery that presents itself in the guise of the mundane. An empty parcel, carefully wrapped and deliberately substituted. Yes, this promises to be most illuminating indeed." He turned to me with an expression of eager anticipation. "Watson, I believe we shall need our coats. We have a valuable parcel to locate, and I suspect the answer lies not in what was delivered, but in what was so carefully designed to appear entirely ordinary." As I moved to collect our things, I found myself reflecting on Holmes's earlier words, that something remarkably ordinary would present itself as extraordinary. Looking at the empty parcel on our table, so carefully wrapped and utterly without contents, I began to understand what he had meant. Sometimes, I thought, the absence of something can be just as meaningful as its presence. And so began one of the strangest investigations of our partnership. a case that would take us through the bustling streets and quiet corners of London, teach us unexpected lessons about trust and observation, and ultimately reveal that even the smallest mysteries can hold profound significance for those caught in their web. Little did I know, as we prepared to depart that autumn morning, how this peculiar affair of the empty parcel would challenge not only Holmes's deductive abilities, but also his understanding of human nature itself. But that revelation lay ahead of us, waiting to be discovered in the hours to come. The hansom cab rattled through the morning streets of London, carrying the three of us toward the offices of Branson and Merridew's parcel delivery service in Clerkenwell. I sat beside Holmes, while young Ashworth occupied the facing seat, clutching the mysterious empty parcel with slightly less desperation than before. Holmes's confident assurances had worked their usual magic, and our client's colour had improved considerably, though I could still detect the rapid pulse at his throat when the morning light fell upon his face. Holmes himself had lapsed into that peculiar silence that I had learned to recognize as intense mental activity. His grey eyes were half closed, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, and he swayed slightly with the motion of the cab in a manner that suggested he was far removed from our immediate surroundings. I knew better than to interrupt these periods of concentration, having learned through experience that Holmes's mind worked most efficiently when allowed to pursue its own mysterious pathways without external interference. As we crossed into Clerkenwell, I found myself studying the streets with renewed attention. This was not a fashionable district. The buildings were older, more cramped together, their brickwork darkened by decades of coal smoke. Yet there was a vitality to the area that I had always found appealing. Shopfronts advertised their wares with cheerful determination. Street vendors called out their offerings, and everywhere there was the sense of honest labour being performed by honest people. It was, I reflected, exactly the sort of neighbourhood where a young man like Thomas Ashworth might hope to build a respectable life through diligence and reliability. "Tell me, Mr. Ashworth," Holmes said suddenly, his eyes opening with that disconcerting alertness that always seemed to appear without transition. "How exactly does your firm organize its morning sorting? Walk me through the process as though I were a new employee arriving for my first day." Ashworth straightened in his seat, clearly grateful to have something concrete to focus upon. "Well, sir, the depot opens at 6:30 each morning. The senior couriers, those who've been with the firm for more than 6 months, arrive first. They collect the overnight parcels that have come in from various sources and begin sorting them according to district and urgency." "And where do these overnight parcels come from?" Holmes inquired, his tone casual, but his attention absolute. "Several places, Mr. Holmes. Some are dropped off directly at our depot by clients who wish to ensure early delivery. Others come from railway stations. We have arrangements with several lines to collect packages that arrive on the late trains. And some come from our associated shops, businesses that accept parcels on our behalf during hours when the depot is closed." "Associated shops," Holmes repeated thoughtfully. "How many such establishments does your firm utilize?" "Perhaps a dozen, sir, scattered throughout central London. They're typically stationers or tobacconists, reputable businesses with late hours and secure storage." I watched Holmes file this information away with that remarkable mental efficiency that continued to amaze me even after all our years together. His questions seemed random, almost conversational, Yet I knew from experience that he was constructing a detailed map of the parcel service's operations with each answer. "Continue," Holmes prompted. "You arrive at 7 o'clock. "Yes, sir. By that time the senior couriers have completed the initial sorting. Each courier has a designated table or sorting station. When I arrive, my morning's deliveries are already arranged on my table, each with its routing slip indicating the address and any special instructions. Who assigns which parcels go to which courier? Mr. Branson or Mr. Merridew themselves, sir, or occasionally Mr. Fitzwilliam, the sorting supervisor. They consider factors such as district familiarity, parcel value, and courier experience. A new employee like myself would typically receive straightforward deliveries in well-known areas, while the senior couriers handle the more complex or valuable assignments." Holmes nodded slowly. "And this morning, when you arrived at 7 o'clock, this empty parcel was waiting on your table with your name attached?" "Yes, sir. It was the only parcel there, which I thought slightly odd. Usually I have at least 3 or 4 deliveries to make. But I assumed perhaps it was a particularly urgent delivery that required my full attention." "Did anyone observe you collecting this parcel?" Ashworth frowned, clearly trying to recall the details of what had seemed, at the time, an entirely ordinary morning. "I believe Henderson, the senior courier I mentioned, was at the adjacent table collecting his own assignments. Mrs. Davies, the bookkeeper, was in her office with the door open, and I glimpsed Mr. Fitzwilliam moving toward the back storage area, though I couldn't say for certain that he saw me specifically. Yet, no one commented on the fact that you had only a single delivery." "No, sir. As I said, I didn't think it particularly strange at the time. I've learned that the parcel business is quite variable. Some days one has a heavy load, other days much lighter." The cab slowed as we approached our destination, and I peered out the window at the premises of Branson and Merridew's. It was a substantial brick building, 3 stories high, with large double doors that stood open to reveal a busy interior. Even from the street, I could see figures moving about with purposeful efficiency, and the sound of voices and activity drifted out into the morning air. As we disembarked and paid the driver, I noticed Holmes's attention had fixed upon those open doors with an intensity that made me follow his gaze more carefully. What I saw was the ordinary bustle of a working depot, men loading handcarts, checking lists, wrapping packages. Yet clearly, Holmes perceived something beyond the surface activity. "Watson," he said quietly as we approached the entrance, "I want you to observe the physical layout of this establishment with particular care. Note the positions of the sorting tables, the proximity of the storage areas, and most particularly the sightlines from various positions within the depot. You suspect someone deliberately switched the parcels while Ashworth's table was under observation?" "I suspect," Holmes replied with a slight smile, "that the truth will reveal itself through careful observation of the mundane details that others overlook. Come, let us see what Mr. Merridew has to tell us." The interior of the depot was a fascinating study in organized chaos. The main floor was a vast open space, perhaps 60 feet by 40, with a high ceiling supported by iron pillars. Along one wall stood a series of wooden tables, each marked with a courier's name painted in neat black letters. Parcels in various stages of sorting occupied most of these surfaces, creating a landscape of brown paper, twine, and white routing slips. The opposite wall was lined with shelving units, each compartment labelled with district names: Bloomsbury, Kensington, Westminster, and so forth. Between these two walls, the floor space was occupied by handcarts, scales, wrapping supplies, and several clerks moving with practiced efficiency. At the far end of the room, I could see a raised office with glass windows that allowed its occupant to oversee the entire operation. A portly gentleman emerged from this office as we entered, his expression a mixture of relief and apprehension as he recognized Ashworth. He was perhaps 50 years of age, with greying hair and the ruddy complexion of a man who enjoyed his meals. His suit was well tailored, but showed signs of active wear. This was a man who managed his business hands-on rather than from behind a desk. "Ashworth," he called out, descending the stairs from his office with surprising agility for his build. "Thank God you've returned. I was beginning to fear." He stopped as he noticed Holmes and myself, his expression shifting to curiosity. "Gentlemen." "Mr. Merridew, sir," Ashworth said, his voice steady despite obvious nervousness. "May I present Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson? I've engaged their services to help resolve this morning's confusion." The effect of Holmes's name on Mr. Merridew was immediate and dramatic. His eyes widened, and I saw him quickly reassess our appearance with new interest. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective." "Good heavens, Ashworth, I had no idea you were personally acquainted with... that is, I mean to say." "Mr. Ashworth came to me this morning seeking assistance," Holmes interrupted smoothly. "I found his account sufficiently intriguing to warrant investigation. I wonder, Mr. Merridew, if you might show us exactly where this morning's sorting took place and explain the sequence of events as you understand them." Merridew glanced around the busy depot, clearly torn between maintaining his business operations and satisfying his curiosity about Holmes's involvement. Professional courtesy won out. "Of course, Mr. Holmes. Please, come this way. Ashworth, you'd best come too. I'll want you to confirm the details as we go." He led us toward the sorting tables, weaving between clerks and parcels with practiced ease. I noted, as Holmes had requested, the layout of the space. The sorting tables were positioned against the wall, in clear view of Merridew's office, but several iron pillars partially obscured the sight lines. The storage areas and shelving were set back far enough that someone working there would be difficult to observe from the sorting tables, and vice versa. "This is Ashworth's station," Merridew said, gesturing to one of the tables. It was currently empty, save for a few scraps of paper and a measuring tape. At 7 o'clock this morning, according to our records, there should have been a single parcel here, a test package that we had prepared yesterday evening. "Who prepared this test package?" Holmes asked, his fingers trailing along the edge of the table, as though reading its history through touch. "I did myself, Mr. Holmes, along with our sorting supervisor, Mr. Fitzwilliam. It's standard practice for new employees. We fill a parcel with weighted sand to give it realistic heft, wrap it properly, and create a routing slip for an address where we have an arrangement. Typically, a shop whose owner will confirm whether the courier followed proper delivery protocol." "And what address did you specify for this test package?" "A stationer's in Holborn, sir. Old Mr. Pemberton's establishment. We've worked with him for years. Very reliable fellow. He would have noted the exact time of delivery, whether Ashworth knocked properly, presented himself professionally, and so forth." Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "And instead, Ashworth delivered a different parcel to an address in Bloomsbury, Bedford Square, I believe he said." "Precisely, Mr. Holmes. a private residence where we had no arrangement, and where, according to Henderson, who went to investigate, no parcel was received or is being held. This parcel that Ashworth actually delivered, it was meant for Henderson? Yes, sir. Merridew's expression grew troubled. Henderson is one of our most experienced couriers. He's been with the firm for 8 years. The parcel contained jewellery. Nothing extraordinarily valuable, but worth perhaps £50, being transferred between a mother and daughter. The mother is a regular client, very particular about security. She specifically requested Henderson because she knows him to be trustworthy. I could see the implications forming in Holmes's mind. So we have a test parcel that went missing, replaced by a valuable parcel that also went missing after being delivered to the wrong address. Mr. Merridew, may I see Henderson's sorting table? We moved to the adjacent station, which still held several wrapped parcels awaiting delivery. Holmes examined them with cursory interest before turning back to Merridew. Did Henderson report receiving an unexpected parcel this morning? That's just it, Mr. Holmes. He didn't report anything unusual. According to Henderson, he collected his morning assignments as normal and had already departed on his rounds when I discovered the discrepancy. I had to send a runner to intercept him and redirect him to Bedford Square. Holmes stood between the two tables, Ashworth's and Henderson's, his eyes moving from one to the other with that peculiar intensity that indicated rapid calculation. "The tables are adjacent," he murmured, more to himself than to us. "Similar in appearance, both marked with nameplates that, I observe, are of identical size and typeface. In the dim light of early morning, with both couriers arriving and collecting their assignments in the normal rush of preparation." He turned suddenly to Ashworth. "When you arrived this morning and saw only one parcel on your table, did you verify that it was indeed your table?" Ashworth's face went pale. I assumed it was, sir. I've been using the same table for 3 weeks. I didn't think to check the nameplate specifically." "And Henderson," Holmes continued, turning to Merridew. "Did he mention collecting a test parcel this morning? A single package, lighter than expected, perhaps?" Merridew's expression shifted from confusion to dawning understanding. "He did say something odd when I spoke with him. Mentioned he was surprised to have such a light load this morning when Mrs. Pemberton's jewellery transfer was supposedly on his list. But, in the hurry of the morning, with many couriers coming and going, he assumed there had been a last-minute change in assignments." Holmes picked up the empty parcel, which Ashworth had set down on the sorting table, and held it up to the light streaming through the depot's high windows. "This wrapping paper," he said quietly, "is it standard issue from your firm?" "Yes, sir. We use a particular supplier, consistent quality, you see, and bulk purchasing keeps costs manageable." "And this twine, these knots?" Merridew examined them closely. "Also standard, Mr. Holmes. The knots are what we teach all our packers, secure but easy to untie for the recipient." "Precisely," Holmes said with evident satisfaction. "Everything about this parcel is utterly ordinary, perfectly consistent with your firm's standards and completely unremarkable, which is exactly what makes it so remarkable." He set the parcel down and turned to face us all, his expression animated with the joy of intellectual pursuit that I had witnessed countless times. "Gentlemen, what we have here is not a simple case of confusion or misdelivered packages. What we have is a carefully orchestrated substitution, executed with knowledge of your firm's procedures and designed to exploit the natural assumptions of honest men going about their daily work. But to what purpose? I asked, though I thought I was beginning to see the outline of Holmes's reasoning. That, Watson, is precisely what we must determine. Someone went to considerable trouble to ensure that Ashworth would deliver Henderson's parcel to the wrong address, while Henderson... Holmes paused, his eyes narrowing. Mr. Merridew, where did Henderson deliver his single parcel this morning? The one that should have been Ashworth's test package. Merridew consulted a ledger he'd brought from his office. According to his routing slip, he was meant to deliver it to... Good Lord. To Mr. Pemberton's stationers in Holborn, the same address we had specified for Ashworth's test delivery. A profound silence fell over our small group. In the background, the normal business of the depot continued. Clerks calling out addresses, the rustle of paper, the creak of handcarts. But in our corner of the floor, we stood frozen in contemplation of what this revelation meant. So Henderson, I said slowly, working through the implications, unknowingly completed Ashworth's test delivery, while Ashworth unknowingly took Henderson's valuable parcel to an entirely different address where it has now vanished. Precisely, Watson, Holmes said with grim satisfaction. A substitution so perfectly arranged that both couriers would follow their duties without question, neither realizing that their parcels had been switched. The test package would be delivered successfully to its intended location, thus arousing no immediate suspicion, while the valuable parcel would be diverted to an address where someone was presumably waiting to receive it. But who could have arranged such a thing? Merridew demanded, his face flushed with agitation and, I thought, a growing anger. This would require intimate knowledge of our procedures, access to our depot during the sorting process, and the audacity to interfere with parcels under our very noses. Holmes's expression had taken on that distant quality that indicated he was pursuing multiple lines of reasoning simultaneously. There are several possibilities, Mr. Merridew, each with its own implications. But, before we theorize further, I should like to examine one more thing. He moved back to Ashworth's sorting table and knelt down, his face close to the wooden surface as he examined it from various angles. I watched as he produced his magnifying lens and studied the tabletop with minute attention, occasionally making small sounds of interest or satisfaction. "Watson," he called without looking up, "your medical bag. Do you have your specimen envelopes?" I always carried a small selection of medical supplies, a habit from my army days that had proven useful on numerous occasions. I extracted several of the small paper envelopes I used for collecting samples and handed them to Holmes. With delicate precision, Holmes used the edge of one envelope to scrape something from the table's surface, then sealed it carefully and labeled it with a pencil stub from his pocket. He repeated this process twice more in different locations, each time examining his findings through the lens before securing them. "Sealing wax," he announced, rising to his feet with the envelopes in hand. "3 different types, Watson, if my eyes do not deceive me. One is the standard red wax used by most commercial establishments. The second is a darker shade, almost burgundy, suggesting a more expensive variety. And the third," he held the envelope up to the light, "is black, which is quite unusual in everyday correspondence." He turned to Merridew. "Does your firm use black sealing wax for any purpose?" "Never, Mr. Holmes. Red wax only, and only for parcels specifically requested to be sealed rather than simply tied." "And the burgundy shade?" I'm not aware of any such wax in our supplies, sir." Holmes nodded, as though this confirmed something he had suspected. "Then we have evidence that at least 3 different parcels were present on this table at some point. One sealed with your standard red wax, and 2 others that originated elsewhere. Most illuminating." I could see that Merridew was struggling to maintain his composure. The implications of what Holmes was uncovering clearly troubled him deeply. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice strained, "are you suggesting that someone deliberately infiltrated our depot to steal Mrs. Pemberton's jewellery by arranging this elaborate substitution?" "I am suggesting," Holmes replied carefully, "that we are dealing with something more complex than a simple theft. The creation of this empty parcel, the precise timing required, the knowledge of your procedures, all of this suggests planning and purpose beyond mere larceny. There is an intelligence at work here, Mr. Merridew, and we must understand its goals before we can hope to counter it." He glanced at his pocket watch. "It is now nearly 11 o'clock. The valuable parcel was supposedly delivered to Bedford Square at approximately 9 o'clock, 2 hours ago. If theft was the motive, the jewellery has likely already been transferred to a fence or removed from immediate reach. However, I do not believe theft was the primary objective." "Then what was?" Ashworth asked, speaking for the first time since we'd entered the depot. His voice held a mixture of fear and fascination. Holmes smiled slightly, and I recognized the expression. It was the look of a man who had scented his quarry, but was not yet ready to close the distance. "That, Mr. Ashworth, is what makes this case so very interesting. Someone has gone to extraordinary lengths to create confusion, to cast suspicion, and to manipulate your firm's operations. The question is not merely who, but why, and I suspect the answer will prove most illuminating indeed." He turned to survey the busy depot once more, his eyes taking in every detail with that remarkable attention that so characterized his methods. "We must visit Bedford Square," he announced, "and we must speak with Henderson. But first, Mr. Merridew, I need you to tell me something. Has your firm recently changed any of its procedures, hired any new staff beyond Mr. Ashworth, or taken on any new clients who might have had opportunity to observe your operations closely?" The question seemed to catch Merridew off guard. He frowned, clearly searching his memory. "Now that you mention it, Mr. Holmes, we did take on a new packer about 6 weeks ago. Young fellow, very skilled with his hands. And we've been discussing the possibility of expanding our associated shops network. Several new establishments have approached us about partnerships." "I see," Holmes said softly. "Yes, I think I am beginning to see indeed. Come, Watson, Mr. Ashworth. We have much ground to cover, and I suspect time may be more crucial than we initially supposed." As we prepared to leave the depot, I found myself marvelling once again at Holmes's ability to construct meaning from fragments that seemed disconnected to my ordinary perception. The empty parcel, the switched assignments, the sealing wax, the timing. All of these elements were beginning to form a pattern in his mind, though the complete picture remained tantalizingly out of my reach. One thing, however, was becoming increasingly clear. We were dealing with no ordinary theft, and Thomas Ashworth had unwittingly become a piece in a game whose rules and objectives remained hidden. As we stepped back out into the bright October morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were racing against some unseen clock, though what would happen when that clock struck its final hour, I could not yet fathom. The cab ride to Bedford Square provided a brief respite from the intensity of our investigation, though Holmes remained absorbed in contemplation, his fingers drumming a silent rhythm against his knee. Young Ashworth sat across from us, the empty parcel once again clutched in his hands like some talisman that might ward off the misfortune that had befallen him. I found myself studying his profile as he gazed out at the passing streets, noting the way his jaw was set with determination, despite the evident anxiety in his eyes. It occurred to me then how profoundly this young man's life had been disrupted by forces beyond his comprehension or control. 3 weeks into his first position of genuine responsibility, attempting to establish himself in the world through honest labour and diligent attention to duty, he had been swept up in a scheme whose very existence he could not have imagined. There was something particularly cruel, I reflected, in the way the guilty so often entangled the innocent in their machinations. "Mr. Ashworth," I ventured, breaking the silence, "you mentioned that you've been with Branson and Merridew's for 3 weeks. What led you to seek employment with a parcel delivery service?" The young man turned from the window, seeming grateful for the distraction from his troubled thoughts. "My father was a postal clerk, Dr. Watson, for 30 years. He impressed upon me the importance of communication, of ensuring that messages and packages reach their intended destinations. When he passed away last year, I found myself drawn to similar work. It felt like a way of honouring his memory, you see." "A noble sentiment," I said, and meant it sincerely. "My mother still lives in Islington," he continued, warming to the subject. "She takes in mending to supplement the small pension my father left. I had been working as a clerk in a solicitor's office, but the pay was insufficient to properly support her and establish any sort of future for myself. When I learned that Branson and Merridew's was hiring, and that the position offered better wages and the possibility of advancement, I felt it was an opportunity I couldn't afford to miss." Holmes had been listening to this exchange with apparent disinterest, but I knew better. His questions in the depot about new employees and changed procedures had not been idle curiosity. "Tell me," he said now, still gazing out his own window, "when you applied for the position, what was the interview process?" "Quite thorough, Mr. Holmes. I met first with Mr. Fitzwilliam, the sorting supervisor, who asked about my previous employment and my familiarity with London's geography. Then I met with both Mr. Branson and Mr. Merridew, who inquired about my character references and explained the firm's standards of conduct." "And were there many other applicants?" "Mr. Merridew mentioned that they had interviewed perhaps a dozen candidates, sir. I was fortunate to be selected." "Indeed," Holmes murmured. "And this new packer that Mr. Merridew mentioned, the one hired 6 weeks ago, have you had much interaction with him?" Ashworth frowned slightly. "Not extensively, sir. His name is Sykes. Arthur Sykes, I believe. He works primarily in the back storage area, preparing parcels for clients who utilize the firm's packaging services. He seems a quiet fellow, keeps to himself mostly. Though I did notice he has quite remarkable skill with knots and wrapping, very quick and precise." "Has he shown any particular interest in the courier operations, asked questions about delivery procedures or routing?" "Now that you mention it, Mr. Holmes, he did ask me several questions during my first week. I thought he was simply being friendly, trying to help me learn the ropes. He wanted to know how parcels were assigned to couriers, what happened if an address was incorrect, how we handled valuable items, that sort of thing. I saw Holmes's eyes narrow fractionally. The only outward sign of what I knew must be intense mental activity. "And you answered these questions?" "Of course, sir. I had no reason not to. Everyone at the firm seemed very collegial, and I was eager to be thought helpful and knowledgeable." "Naturally," Holmes said, but I detected a grim undertone in his voice that suggested he was assembling pieces of a puzzle that Ashworth couldn't yet see. The cab slowed as we approached Bedford Square, and I turned my attention to the neighbourhood. It was a respectable area, certainly. The houses were well maintained, their facades speaking of comfortable prosperity without ostentatious wealth. The square itself was arranged around a central garden, now touched with the golden colours of autumn. Trees that would provide pleasant shade in summer were beginning to shed their leaves, creating drifts of amber and rust red against the iron railings. "Number 47, Ashworth said as we alighted from the cab. "That's where I made the delivery this morning." The house was a typical London townhouse of the better sort, 3 stories of grey brick with white painted window frames, and a glossy black door adorned with a brass knocker in the shape of a lion's head. The small front garden was meticulously maintained, and lace curtains in the ground floor windows suggested the inhabitants took pride in their home. Holmes approached the door with his characteristic purposeful stride and applied the knocker with firm authority. We waited in silence, and I found myself studying the doorstep, wondering if some trace remained of the parcel that had been delivered here only hours ago. The door was opened by a maid in a crisp uniform, her expression polite but guarded as she took in our small party. "Yes, gentlemen?" "Good morning," Holmes said with a courteous smile. "My name is Sherlock Holmes, and these are my associates Dr. Watson and Mr. Ashworth. We are investigating a matter concerning a parcel that may have been delivered to this address earlier today. Might we speak with the master or mistress of the house?" The mention of Holmes's name had its usual effect. The maid's eyes widened slightly, and she stepped back from the door. "Of course, sir. Please wait in the hall. I'll inform Mrs. Thornton at once." We entered a modest but tastefully appointed entrance hall. The floor was laid with black and white tiles in a checkerboard pattern, and a mahogany hall stand held several coats and an umbrella. A mirror above a side table reflected our small group, and I caught sight of Ashworth's face. He looked both hopeful and apprehensive, as though unsure whether this visit would vindicate him or further compound his troubles. Mrs. Thornton appeared within moments, a woman of perhaps 45, with iron grey hair, arranged in a sensible style, and intelligent brown eyes that assessed us with quick efficiency. She wore a day dress of dark blue wool, and her bearing suggested someone accustomed to managing a household with competence and authority. "Mr. Holmes," she said, offering a slight curtsy, "this is an unexpected honour. Mary said you're inquiring about a parcel. I'm afraid there must be some confusion. We've received no deliveries today." "That is precisely the mystery we're attempting to solve, Mrs. Thornton," Holmes replied. "This young man, Mr. Ashworth, is a courier with Branson and Merridew's service. He maintains that he delivered a parcel to this address at approximately 9 o'clock this morning. The parcel was wrapped in brown paper, secured with twine, and addressed to this residence." Mrs. Thornton's expression shifted from polite interest to genuine puzzlement. "I assure you, Mr. Holmes, no such parcel was delivered. I was in the morning room from 8 o'clock onward, and Mary was attending to her duties in the front of the house. We would certainly have heard a knock at the door. Ashworth stepped forward, his face flushed with distress. Mrs. Thornton, I promise you, I knocked at this very door this morning. When no one answered, I waited for perhaps 2 minutes, then knocked again. Following my firm's protocol, He paused, his expression shifting from confusion to sudden realization. I left a collection notice in the letter slot. A collection notice, Mrs. Thornton repeated. I found no such thing. Holmes held up a hand. Mrs. Thornton, would you permit us to examine your letter slot and the immediate area around your door? I assure you, we merely wish to understand what occurred, not to impugn anyone's honesty. She hesitated only briefly before nodding. Of course, Mr. Holmes, though I cannot imagine what you hope to find. We all moved back outside, and Holmes immediately knelt on the doorstep, his face close to the iron letter slot that bisected the door at waist height. He produced his lens and examined the slot with minute attention, occasionally making small sounds of interest. Then he turned his attention to the doorstep itself, studying the stone surface with equal care. "Watson," he called, "come and observe this, if you would." I knelt beside him, following the direction of his pointing finger. There, on the stone of the doorstep, were faint marks, scratches, really, barely visible unless one knew to look for them. "Someone stood here," Holmes murmured, his voice low enough that only I could hear. "Stood here for some time, I would judge, shifting their weight from foot to foot. You see how the marks form a pattern. And here," he indicated a spot near the door jamb, "a small impression where something was set down briefly. Something with a squared edge, Watson. Something very much like a parcel." He rose and turned to Ashworth. "When you left the collection notice, did you have any difficulty inserting it through the letter slot?" "No, sir. It went through easily, as such notices are designed to do." "And you're quite certain this was the house, number 47? "Absolutely certain, Mr. Holmes. I remember thinking how well maintained the garden was, and I particularly noticed the lion's head knocker. My father had one very similar on our old house in Islington." Holmes nodded slowly, then addressed Mrs. Thornton once more. "Madam, I wonder if you would be so kind as to check inside your door, specifically on the floor directly beneath the letter slot. It is possible the notice fell in such a way that it was not immediately visible." Mrs. Thornton frowned but complied, disappearing into the house. We heard her speaking to the maid, and then both women could be heard moving about near the entrance. After a few moments, Mrs. Thornton reappeared, her expression troubled. "Mr. Holmes, we've found nothing. The floor beneath the letter slot is quite bare, and there's no notice anywhere in the hall." "As I suspected," Holmes said quietly. "Mrs. Thornton, I have one final question, and I ask it not to distress you, but because it may be crucial to our investigation. This morning, between the hours of 8:30 and 9:30, did anyone else approach your door? Perhaps someone you saw from a window, or someone your maid mentioned?" Mrs. Thornton exchanged glances with her maid, who had followed her to the door. Both women appeared to be searching their memories carefully. "I saw no one," Mrs. Thornton said finally. "Mary." The maid bit her lip, clearly uncertain. "Well, ma'am, there was that gentleman." "What gentleman?" Holmes asked, his attention suddenly sharp as a blade. "It was just after 9 o'clock, sir. I was upstairs, attending to the bedrooms. and I happened to glance out the window. I saw a gentleman standing near our front gate, as though he were waiting for someone, or perhaps checking an address. He was well dressed, carried a walking stick, and had a rather distinguished appearance. Grey hair, I recall, and a neat beard. Did he approach the house? Not while I was watching, sir. I turned away to continue my work, and when I glanced out again a few minutes later, he was gone. Holmes's expression had taken on that quality of intense focus that I had learned to recognize as indicating a significant development. This gentleman, did you notice anything else about him? His clothing, his bearing, any distinctive features? The maid thought carefully. He wore a dark overcoat, sir, quite fine-looking, and he seemed to be consulting something. A piece of paper, perhaps, or a small notebook. I remember thinking he looked like a professional man of some sort. A solicitor, maybe, or a doctor. "Thank you," Holmes said warmly. "You have been most observant and most helpful." He turned back to Mrs. Thornton. "Madam, I believe I can now explain what occurred. Mr. Ashworth did indeed deliver a parcel to your door this morning, exactly as he described. However, someone else, the gentleman your maid observed, was watching and waiting. When Mr. Ashworth departed after receiving no answer to his knock, this person approached, retrieved both the parcel and the collection notice from your letter slot, and departed with them." Mrs. Thornton's hand went to her throat. But why? What possible reason could someone have for such peculiar behavior? "That," Holmes said grimly, "is precisely what we must determine. But I can tell you this. The parcel contained jewellery of considerable value, and its theft was not a matter of opportunistic chance, but of careful planning and precise execution." We thanked Mrs. Thornton for her cooperation and returned to the street, where Holmes stood for a moment in contemplation, his eyes scanning the square as though he could reconstruct the morning's events through sheer force of observation. "The gentleman with the grey beard," I said. "You believe he's central to this affair?" "I believe he is one of several players in a game whose full scope we have yet to comprehend," Holmes replied. "Consider the sequence of events, Watson. Someone with knowledge of Branson and Merridew's operations arranged for Ashworth to receive Henderson's parcel instead of his test package. This someone knew exactly which address Ashworth would be sent to, and was waiting here to collect the misdirected parcel. The planning required is considerable." "But to what end?" Ashworth asked, his voice carrying a note of bewilderment. "If the goal was simply to steal the jewellery, surely there would be easier methods." "Precisely the question that intrigues me," Holmes said. "The theft of £50 worth of jewellery hardly seems to justify such elaborate preparation. No, there is something more at work here, something we have not yet perceived." A street urchin approached us, cap in hand. "Beg pardon, sirs, but are you Mr. Sherlock Holmes?" "I am," Holmes replied, fishing in his pocket for a coin. "There's a gentleman sent me to find you, sir. Said you'd be asking questions around Bedford Square. He asked me to give you this." The boy held out a sealed envelope. Holmes took it with a sharp intake of breath, and I saw his fingers tighten on the paper. He handed the boy a shilling, far more than the usual penny, and the child scampered off with evident delight. "Well?" I asked, as Holmes stared at the envelope without opening it. "Note the quality of the paper, Watson. Expensive, but not ostentatiously so. The seal is black wax, the same shade we found traces of on Ashworth's sorting table, and most tellingly, it is addressed in a hand that shows both education and precision. Whoever sent this knows we are investigating and wishes to communicate with us. He broke the seal and extracted a single sheet of paper, which he read with an expression of growing intensity. When he finished, he passed it to me without comment. The message was brief and written in a flowing, elegant script. "Mr. Holmes, your reputation is well deserved. I confess I am impressed by the speed with which you have traced the Parcel's journey to Bedford Square. However, I fear you labour under a misconception. The jewellery is quite safe, and will be returned to its rightful owner before the day is out. The true mystery lies not in theft, but in testing, both of your abilities and of certain systems that require examination. I suggest you return to Branson and Merridew's depot. Another delivery has gone astray, and this one may prove more troubling than the first." With admiration, a student of method, I looked up from the letter to find Holmes's eyes blazing with an intensity I had rarely seen. "Good God, Holmes," I said, "this is no ordinary criminal we're dealing with." "No indeed, Watson. This is someone who views the entire affair as an intellectual exercise, a test, as they say, of both my abilities and of Branson and Merridew's security procedures. Someone who has gone to elaborate lengths not for profit, but for the sake of the game itself." "But who could possibly—" I began, but Holmes was already hailing another cab. "We must return to the depot at once," he said urgently. "If this correspondent speaks truly, another parcel has gone missing, and I fear the stakes may be considerably higher than £50 worth of jewellery." As we climbed into the cab, Ashworth spoke in a small, frightened voice. "Mr. Holmes, what does this mean? Am I still under suspicion?" Holmes turned to him with unexpected gentleness. "My dear Mr. Ashworth, you are not under suspicion. You are, rather, a pawn in someone else's game. But take heart. Whoever is orchestrating these events has made one crucial error." "What error is that, sir?" "They have assumed that by announcing their intentions, they will gain some advantage. In fact, they have revealed something of their psychology. Pride in their cleverness, a desire for recognition, and a fundamental belief that their methods are superior to mine. These are weaknesses, Mr. Ashworth, and weaknesses can be exploited." The cab rattled back toward Clerkenwell, and I found myself reflecting on the strange turn this case had taken. We had begun with a simple mystery of misdelivered parcels, and now we found ourselves engaged in what appeared to be an elaborate game of wits with an unknown opponent. The empty parcel, which had seemed at first to be merely evidence of confusion, was revealed as part of a carefully constructed puzzle. And yet, even as we raced back toward the depot, I could not shake the feeling that we were still missing something crucial, some element of the design that would explain not merely how these events had been orchestrated, but why. What possible motive could someone have for creating such an elaborate deception, if not for theft? And what further complications awaited us at Branson and Merridew's? Holmes sat in silence, the letter clutched in his hand, his mind clearly racing through possibilities and permutations. I knew that expression well. It was the look of a hunter who has caught the scent of particularly challenging quarry. Whatever lay ahead, I knew that Holmes would pursue it with all the considerable resources of his remarkable intellect. As for young Ashworth, he sat pale and quiet, no doubt wondering how his simple ambition to honour his father's memory through honest work had led him into such bewildering circumstances. I reached across and gave his shoulder a reassuring squeeze. hoping to convey that whatever challenges lay ahead, he would not face them alone. The autumn sun was climbing toward its zenith as we approached the depot, but I felt as though we were descending into deeper shadows, shadows cast by a mind that viewed human lives and honest livelihoods as pieces in some private game of chess. And I wondered, not for the first time in my association with Sherlock Holmes, what manner of person could possess such intelligence and use it for purposes so removed from ordinary human sympathy. Our return to the Branson and Merridew depot found the establishment in a state of considerably greater agitation than we had left it. Even before our cab came to a complete stop, I could see Mr. Merridew pacing before the open doors, his face flushed, and his hands gesticulating as he spoke with what appeared to be several of his couriers. The moment he caught sight of us alighting from the vehicle, he hurried forward with an expression of relief mixed with distress. "Mr. Holmes, thank God you've returned. We have another situation. Exactly as you predicted, there might be complications. Henderson has just reported that—" He paused, seeming to collect himself with effort. "Perhaps it's better if Henderson explains himself. He's waiting in my office." We followed Merridew back into the depot, and I noted how the usual efficiency of the operation had been disrupted. Couriers stood in small clusters, speaking in low voices, while clerks moved about with uncertain purpose. There was an atmosphere of confusion and concern that spoke volumes about the effect these mysterious events were having on the firm's morale. Henderson proved to be a man of perhaps 35 years, solidly built, with the weathered complexion of someone who spent his days outdoors in all conditions. His hands, I noted with my physician's eye, were those of a workman, strong, capable, marked with the small scars and calluses that come from years of handling packages, opening doors, and navigating the physical demands of courier work. But his eyes held intelligence, and his bearing suggested the quiet confidence of a man who knew his trade thoroughly. "Mr. Henderson," Holmes said as we entered Merridew's office, "I understand you have news for us?" Henderson rose from his chair, his expression troubled. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, yes, sir, I do, though I'm not quite sure what to make of it. Mr. Merridew asked me to retrace all my deliveries from this morning to verify that each parcel reached its proper destination. All seemed in order until I returned to the Holborn delivery, the one to Mr. Pemberton's stationer's shop. The parcel that was actually Ashworth's test package," Holmes said, settling into a chair and steepling his fingers beneath his chin. "Exactly so, sir. I delivered it this morning at approximately 8:30, following my usual route. Mr. Pemberton himself received it. I remember distinctly because he commented on the earliness of the delivery. He seemed quite pleased, actually. Said something about appreciating punctual service. And when you returned just now?" Henderson's expression grew more troubled. "Mr. Pemberton was most confused, sir. He showed me the parcel I'd delivered. It was still sitting on his counter, unopened. When I asked if everything was satisfactory, he said he'd been meaning to contact Branson and Merridew's to inquire about it. He'd opened a corner of the wrapping, you see, just to verify the contents, and found it contained nothing but sand." "Sand," Holmes repeated, his eyes glittering with interest. "The weighted test package, precisely as expected. And Mr. Pemberton was confused because he wasn't expecting any delivery at all, Mr. Holmes. He said he'd placed no order with us, had no arrangement for any parcel, and couldn't understand why we'd delivered a package of sand to his establishment." A profound silence fell over the office. I watched as Holmes absorbed this information, his fingers drumming that peculiar rhythm against his chin that indicated intense mental activity. Young Ashworth, standing near the door, looked utterly bewildered, while Merridew had gone quite pale. "But that makes no sense," Merridew said, his voice strained. "We've worked with Pemberton for years. He's one of our most reliable associates for test deliveries. He knows the procedure perfectly well. He's received dozens of test packages over the years and has always provided us with detailed reports on courier performance." "Has he indeed?" Holmes said softly. "Mr. Merridew, how exactly is such an arrangement established? How does Mr. Pemberton know when to expect a test delivery?" Merridew frowned, clearly puzzled by the question. "We send him a notification, of course. A day in advance, typically by messenger. The notification indicates the approximate time of delivery and provides a code word that the courier is supposed to mention. It allows Pemberton to confirm that proper protocol is being followed." "And did you send such a notification for this morning's test?" "Of course. I dispatched it myself yesterday afternoon with young Peters, one of our junior messengers. Pemberton would have received it by 5 o'clock at the latest." Holmes leaned forward intently. "Describe this notification. What form does it take?" "It's quite simple, really. A standard form we've developed. White cardstock with our firm's letterhead, the date and approximate delivery time, the code word, and Mr. Pemberton's name. Nothing elaborate." "And where are these forms kept?" "In my office, Mr. Holmes, in the desk drawer." Merridew gestured to the piece of furniture in question. "I have perhaps 24 blank forms prepared at any given time." Holmes rose and moved to the desk. "May I?" At Merridew's nod, he opened the drawer and extracted several of the forms. I watched as he examined them with his lens, holding them up to the light from the window, running his fingers along their edges. After a moment, he selected one and brought it closer to his face, his expression growing even more intent. "Watson," he said quietly, "your eyes are younger than mine. Come and tell me what you observe about this particular form." I joined him at the desk and took the card he offered. At first glance, it appeared identical to the others. The same cream-coloured stock, the same printed letterhead reading "Branson and Merridew's Parcel Delivery Service" in elegant script. But as I examined it more closely, I began to see what had caught Holmes's attention. "The edges," I said slowly. "They're not quite the same as the others. This one appears to have been cut slightly differently. The corners are fractionally less square." "Excellent, Watson. And if you hold it up to the light?" I did so, and immediately saw the subtle difference in the paper's texture. The watermark is different. The others all have a small crown motif, but this one has no watermark at all." "Precisely," Holmes said with evident satisfaction. "Mr. Merridew, I believe someone has created a counterfeit of your notification forms. The quality is quite good enough to pass casual inspection, but it is not identical to your standard stock." Merridew snatched up the form and examined it himself, his face darkening with anger. "But this is outrageous. Who would go to such lengths? And for what purpose?" "To subvert your testing procedures," Holmes said, returning the forms to the drawer. "Consider the sequence of events. Yesterday afternoon, you sent a legitimate notification to Mr. Pemberton, informing him to expect a test delivery this morning. But at some point, either before or after your genuine notification was delivered, Someone sent him a second message, presumably on this counterfeit form, cancelling the arrangement. But Pemberton said nothing about receiving such a cancellation. Did you ask him specifically? Or did you merely inquire whether he'd received the original notification? Henderson spoke up. I only asked if he'd received a parcel this morning, Mr. Holmes. I didn't think to ask about notifications or cancellations. Holmes nodded. We must return to Mr. Pemberton's establishment immediately and inquire about any additional communications he may have received. But I believe we will find that he was sent a convincing cancellation, which is why he was so confused to receive a parcel this morning. From his perspective, the test had been called off, yet a package arrived anyway. A package containing nothing but sand, which seemed to him a peculiar error rather than part of any planned procedure. I found myself marvelling once again at Holmes's ability to reconstruct events from fragments of evidence. But Holmes, I said, if the goal was to confuse Pemberton and prevent him from properly evaluating Ashworth's performance, why go to such elaborate lengths? Surely a simple theft of the jewellery, Henderson's actual parcel, would have been far less complicated. An excellent question, Watson, and one that brings us back to the central mystery of this entire affair. Holmes produced the letter we had received at Bedford Square and showed it to Merridew and Henderson. We are not dealing with ordinary criminals interested in simple theft. We are dealing with someone conducting what they themselves describe as a test, an examination of your firm's security procedures, and, I suspect, of my own investigative methods. Merridew read the letter, his expression shifting from anger to something approaching fear. A student of method, he read aloud. What in God's name does that mean? It means, Holmes said gravely, that we are dealing with someone who views this entire situation as an intellectual exercise, someone with the resources and intelligence to orchestrate these elaborate deceptions, and who takes pleasure in the complexity of their own designs. But who? Ashworth asked, speaking for the first time since we'd entered the office. Who could possibly have such knowledge of the firm's operations and such peculiar motivations? Holmes was silent for a moment, his eyes distant. That is the question that has been troubling me since we received this letter. The level of inside knowledge required suggests either someone currently or formerly associated with your firm, or someone who has had extensive opportunity to observe your operations. Mr. Merridew, you mentioned hiring a new packer 6 weeks ago, this Arthur Sykes. Where is he now? He should be in the back storage area, preparing parcels for this afternoon's collections. I should like to speak with him, but first we must visit Mr. Pemberton. Henderson, you'll accompany us and make the introductions. Mr. Ashworth, you should remain here. I suspect your presence might complicate matters unnecessarily. Within 20 minutes, we found ourselves standing in Mr. Pemberton's stationer's shop in Holborn. It was the sort of establishment that had likely occupied the same location for decades. Small, cramped, filled with the mingled scents of paper, ink, and binding glue. The walls were lined with shelves holding reams of writing paper, ledgers, blotters, and all the varied paraphernalia of correspondence and record-keeping. Behind the counter stood a man of perhaps 70 years, thin and slightly stooped, with wispy white hair and spectacles that magnified his pale blue eyes to an almost startling degree. "Mr. Henderson," he said warmly as we entered, the bell above the door announcing our arrival. "Back again so soon. I hope there's no problem with that peculiar delivery this morning." "Mr. Pemberton," Henderson said. "May I introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson? They're investigating some irregularities in our deliveries today." The effect of Holmes's name was, as usual, immediate. Pemberton's eyes widened behind his spectacles, and he came around from behind the counter with surprising alacrity for a man of his years. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective?" "Good gracious, Henderson, what sort of irregularities require the attention of London's most celebrated investigator?" "The most puzzling sort, Mr. Pemberton," Holmes said with a slight smile. "I wonder if you might answer a few questions about the parcel you received this morning." Of course, though I confess I'm quite mystified by the whole business. Here, let me show you." He moved to the counter and retrieved the parcel Henderson had delivered, still wrapped, though one corner had been opened to reveal the sand within. "A package of sand, Mr. Holmes, delivered with great punctuality and professionalism, but entirely unexpected, and, so far as I can determine, entirely without purpose." "You weren't expecting a delivery this morning?" "Not at all, sir. I received a notification yesterday. Or rather, I thought I received a notification, but then—" He paused, frowning. "But that's odd, isn't it? I did receive a notification, come to think of it. 2 of them, actually." Holmes's attention sharpened. "2 notifications? Can you describe them?" Pemberton moved to a drawer behind his counter and began searching through papers. "I keep all correspondence from Branson and Merridew's for my records. Ah, here we are." He produced 2 cards, both apparently on the firm's standard stock, and laid them on the counter. Holmes examined them with his lens while I looked over his shoulder. The first card was filled out in Merridew's neat hand, indicating that a test delivery would arrive at approximately 8:30 this morning, with the code word steadfast. The second card, in a different but equally neat hand, stated that the test had been postponed due to scheduling conflicts and would be rescheduled for the following week. "When did you receive each of these?" Holmes asked. "The first arrived yesterday afternoon, around 5 o'clock as usual. The second—" Pemberton frowned in concentration. "It must have been around 7 o'clock, just as I was preparing to close the shop. A young lad brought it. Said it was urgent, that there had been a change of plans." "Can you describe this young lad?" "Street urchin type, Mr. Holmes. Perhaps 12 or 13 years old, thin, with a cap pulled low over his face. He seemed in a great hurry, thrust the card at me, said, 'From Branson and Merridew's, sir, urgent message,' and was gone, before I could even offer him a penny for his trouble." Holmes nodded slowly. "And so you assumed the test had been cancelled. When Henderson arrived this morning with a parcel, you were confused, because you'd been told to expect no delivery." "Exactly so, Mr. Holmes. I accepted the parcel out of habit and professional courtesy, but I couldn't understand why it had been sent. And when I opened the corner and found sand—" He gestured helplessly. "Well, I assumed there had been some sort of error or miscommunication." "There was indeed a miscommunication, Mr. Pemberton, though not of the sort you imagine." Holmes picked up the second notification card and held it up to the light. "This, as I suspected, is a forgery. A quite excellent forgery, I must say. Whoever created it had access to similar cardstock and was able to approximate your firm's letterhead convincingly. But it is not genuine." He pointed to subtle differences that I had not noticed. The slight variation in the typeface, the fractionally different spacing of the letters, the absence of the watermark. Pemberton peered at these details with growing astonishment. "But who would go to such trouble?" he asked. And why? To create confusion and test the reliability of security procedures, Holmes replied. Tell me, Mr. Pemberton, in all your years of working with Branson and Merridews, have you ever received a cancellation notification before? Never, Mr. Holmes. If a test needs to be rescheduled, Mr. Merridew typically sends word days in advance, and always personally or through Henderson or one of the other senior couriers. Never through a street urchin and never at the last moment. And yet, you accepted this cancellation without question. Pemberton looked uncomfortable. I suppose I should have been more sceptical, Mr. Holmes, but it had been a long day. I was tired, and the card looked genuine enough. I had no reason to suspect deception. Of course not, Holmes said gently. You were meant to accept it without question. That was precisely the point. The forger counted on the natural human tendency to accept what appears official and properly formatted, especially when delivered in a manner that suggests urgency. He turned to Henderson. I need you to make inquiries among the street children in this area. Find the boy who delivered this cancellation notice if you can, and discover who hired him. Offer money. Say, a guinea for useful information. Someone had to engage his services, and street children have excellent memories. When properly motivated. Henderson nodded and departed, while Holmes continued to examine the 2 notification cards with minute attention. I watched as he compared them under his lens, occasionally making small sounds of interest or satisfaction. Watson, he said after a moment, observe the handwriting on this forged cancellation. What strikes you about it? I leaned closer, studying the neat script. It's quite elegant, I said. Precise, controlled, with excellent letter formation. The work of an educated person, certainly. Yes, but notice the particular characteristics. The slight backward slant to the letters, the distinctive formation of the capital B in Branson, the way the G in scheduling has an unusually long descender. These are individual characteristics, Watson. They constitute a handwriting signature as distinctive as a fingerprint. You recognize this hand? Not yet, but I shall. Somewhere in this investigation we will encounter this handwriting again, and when we do, we will have identified at least one of the participants in this scheme. Mr. Pemberton watched this exchange with evident fascination. Mr. Holmes, forgive me for asking, but what exactly is going on? Is Branson and Merridews the victim of some elaborate fraud? Should I be concerned for my own safety or the security of my shop? I don't believe you are in any danger, Mr. Pemberton, Holmes assured him. You have been used, certainly, as part of a larger scheme. But I suspect the perpetrators have no interest in causing you harm. Their focus is on testing systems and procedures, not on theft or violence. But to what end? That, Holmes said grimly, is precisely what we must determine. But I can tell you this. We are dealing with a mind of considerable sophistication. Someone who understands not only the practical mechanics of the parcel delivery business, but also the psychology of the people who work within it. Someone who can anticipate reactions, exploit assumptions, and orchestrate complex sequences of events with apparent ease. We thanked Mr. Pemberton for his cooperation and stepped back out into the afternoon sunlight. The streets of Holborn were busy with the usual midday traffic. Carts and carriages, pedestrians hurrying about their business, vendors calling out their wares. The ordinary life of London continued around us, yet I felt as though we were moving through a different world entirely, a world of hidden purposes and elaborate deceptions. Holmes, I said as we began walking back toward Clerkenwell, I confess I'm struggling to understand the purpose of all this complexity. If someone wanted to test Branson and Merridew's security, why not simply attempt a straightforward theft? Why involve Ashworth, create forged notifications, arrange elaborate substitutions? Holmes was silent for a moment, his eyes scanning the street as though searching for answers in the flow of London life around us. Because, Watson, whoever orchestrated, this is not primarily interested in theft. They are interested in demonstrating vulnerabilities, in showing that even well-established procedures and honest people can be manipulated through sufficient intelligence and planning. But for what purpose? What do they hope to gain? Perhaps nothing tangible. Perhaps the satisfaction of proving their own cleverness. Or perhaps... He paused, his expression growing more troubled. Or perhaps this is merely a rehearsal, Watson. A test run for something larger and more consequential. These parcels contained only jewellery and sand, trivial items in the grand scheme. But what if the same techniques were applied to parcels containing documents of state importance, military communications, financial instruments? I felt a chill despite the warmth of the afternoon. You think this is about more than just Branson and Merridew's? I think, Holmes said quietly, that we are observing the work of someone who views the entire infrastructure of communication and delivery as a system to be understood, tested, and potentially exploited. Someone with the patience to conduct elaborate experiments and the intelligence to learn from the results. We walked in silence for a few moments, and I found myself reflecting on the strange evolution of this case. What had begun as a simple mystery, a young courier confused by an empty parcel, had grown into something far more complex and potentially more sinister. And at the centre of it all was an unknown figure who signed themselves a student of method, and who seemed to take pleasure in constructing elaborate puzzles for Holmes to solve. "We must return to the depot," Holmes said suddenly, his pace quickening. "I want to speak with this Arthur Sykes before the day grows much older. If my suspicions are correct, his role in this affair may prove quite illuminating." As we hurried through the streets, I could not shake the feeling that we were racing against some invisible clock, though what would happen when time ran out, I could not begin to guess. The autumn sun was beginning its descent toward evening, casting long shadows across the London streets, and I wondered what other surprises this peculiar day might hold before it reached its conclusion. The afternoon sun slanted through the high windows of Branson and Merridew's depot as we returned, casting elongated rectangles of golden light across the sorting tables, and creating a curious interplay of illumination and shadow. The morning's frantic energy had subsided into a kind of tense watchfulness. Couriers moved about their duties with subdued efficiency, and I noticed that conversations ceased abruptly when Holmes and I entered. Word had clearly spread that something unusual was afoot, and the entire establishment seemed to hold its breath, waiting for resolution. Mr. Merridew met us at the entrance, his expression anxious. "Mr. Holmes, thank God you've returned. Henderson sent word ahead about the forged notification at Pemberton's shop. This is becoming more serious by the hour. I've had 2 clients inquire about the security of their parcels, and if word spreads that our procedures have been compromised." He trailed off, the implications clear enough without further elaboration. "We shall resolve this matter, Mr. Merridew," Holmes said with quiet confidence. "But first, I must speak with your employee Arthur Sykes. Is he still on the premises?" "He is, Mr. Holmes." I've asked him to remain in the back storage area. I thought it best not to alarm him unnecessarily, so I simply said we were reviewing all personnel as part of a routine security assessment. Very diplomatic, Holmes approved. Please show us to him. We followed Meridew through the main floor of the depot, past the sorting tables and shelving units, toward a doorway at the rear that I had not noticed during our earlier visit. This led to a secondary space, considerably smaller than the main area, but no less organized. Here were stored the supplies of the parcel trade, rolls of brown paper in various weights and sizes, spools of twine ranging from thin cord to thick rope, pots of paste and glue, sealing wax in multiple colors, and countless boxes of various dimensions stacked in neat columns. At a long workbench in the center of this storage room stood a young man of perhaps 27 or 28 years. He was of medium height and slender build, with dark hair that fell across his forehead, and quick, intelligent eyes that regarded our approach with evident curiosity. His hands, which had been expertly folding a sheet of brown paper around a wooden frame, stilled as we entered, and I noted the grace and precision of his movements, the hands of someone who had developed his craft through extensive practice. "Sykes," Meridew said, his tone carefully neutral. "This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. They're conducting an investigation into some irregularities with this morning's deliveries. Mr. Holmes has some questions for you." I watched Sykes's face carefully as Meridew spoke, employing the observational skills I had learned from long association with Holmes. The young man's expression showed surprise, certainly, but not alarm. His eyes widened slightly, and his posture straightened, but there was no sudden pallor, no nervous swallowing, no telltale signs of guilt or fear. Instead, I detected what seemed to be genuine interest, and perhaps a touch of excitement at meeting someone of Holmes's reputation. "Mr. Holmes," Sykes said, setting down his work and wiping his hands on a cloth. "This is an unexpected honor, sir. Dr. Watson, I've read accounts of your cases in the Strand magazine with considerable fascination, but I confess I'm puzzled as to what irregularities might require your attention here." "That makes two of us, Mr. Sykes," Holmes said with a slight smile, moving closer to examine the young man's workbench. "Or rather, it did until quite recently. Tell me, how long have you been employed by Branson and Meridew's?" 6 weeks as of yesterday, Mr. Holmes. I was fortunate to secure the position. There's quite an art to proper parcel wrapping, and I pride myself on my technique." "Indeed?" Holmes murmured, his attention now fixed on the various parcels in different stages of completion that occupied the workbench. "Your skill is evident. These knots, for instance, they're remarkably uniform and secure. Where did you learn such proficiency?" "My father was a bookbinder, sir. He taught me from an early age the importance of precision in wrapping and securing. When he passed away 3 years ago, I found myself needing to find work that would allow me to use those skills. I've held positions with several firms since then, always in roles involving packaging and preparation." Holmes picked up one of the completed parcels, examining it with his lens. "Several firms, you say? Might I ask which ones?" "Certainly, Mr. Holmes. I worked for Harrington's General Delivery Service for nearly a year, then briefly with Midland Express, and most recently with a private packaging service in Mayfair before coming here. I can provide references from all of them if needed." "That won't be necessary just yet," Holmes said, though I noted he filed away these names with characteristic mental efficiency. "Tell me, Mr. Sykes, in your time here, Have you noticed anything unusual about the depot's operations? Any irregularities or security concerns?" Sykes frowned thoughtfully, clearly giving the question serious consideration. "Nothing that struck me as particularly concerning, Mr. Holmes. The firm runs with admirable efficiency. Mr. Merridew and Mr. Branson maintain strict protocols, the couriers are generally conscientious, and the sorting procedures seem quite sound." "And yet," Holmes said quietly, "someone with detailed knowledge of those procedures managed to orchestrate a rather elaborate deception this morning. Someone who understood exactly how parcels are sorted, which courier would receive which assignment, and how to exploit the natural assumptions of honest workers." I watched Sykes's face as comprehension dawned. "Good Lord," he said softly, "you think I might be involved? Mr. Holmes, I swear to you—" Holmes held up a hand. "I am not accusing you of anything, Mr. Sykes. I am merely exploring possibilities. The fact is that someone with intimate knowledge of this depot's operations orchestrated today's events. You are new to the firm. You possess considerable skill with parcels and wrapping materials, and you have worked for several other delivery services. These facts are worth noting, though they certainly do not constitute proof of wrongdoing." "I understand, sir," Sykes said, though his face had gone somewhat pale. "I assure you, I had nothing to do with whatever occurred this morning. I arrived at my usual time, 6:30, and have been back here preparing client parcels all day. Mr. Fitzwilliam can confirm my presence." "No doubt," Holmes said, but his attention had shifted to the materials on the workbench. "You work with sealing wax, I observe. When clients request it, yes, sir. Some prefer their parcels to be sealed, rather than simply tied. What colours do you stock?" "Red primarily, as that's the most common. Occasionally black for morning or formal correspondence. And I believe we have some burgundy somewhere, though it's rarely requested." Holmes's eyes gleamed. "Burgundy. Might I see your stock of burgundy wax?" Sykes moved to a cabinet and began searching through compartments. After a moment, he turned back with a puzzled expression. "That's odd, Mr. Holmes. I could have sworn we had at least 2 sticks of burgundy wax, but I can only find 1. Perhaps someone borrowed it for a special order." "Perhaps," Holmes said softly. "And the black wax? How many sticks do you have of that?" Another search, and Sykes's frown deepened. "We should have 12 sticks, but I count only 10. Mr. Holmes, I keep careful inventory of all our supplies. I know these were here as recently as Monday. I checked the stock myself when preparing the weekly supply order." "Monday," Holmes repeated thoughtfully. 4 days ago. Mr. Sykes, during your time here, have you observed anyone taking unusual interest in your work area? Anyone who might have had opportunity to access your supplies?" Sykes thought carefully. "The storage area is generally restricted to myself and Mr. Fitzwilliam, the sorting supervisor. Occasionally, one of the senior couriers will come back here to collect special wrapping materials for an unusual delivery. But I can't recall anyone showing particular interest in the sealing wax specifically." Holmes nodded slowly, then turned his attention to the rolls of brown paper. "This paper, it's all from the same supplier?" "Yes, sir. Grafton and Sons. They've supplied Branson and Merridew's for years, according to Mr. Merridew." "And you're certain all the paper in this depot comes from that source? No samples or trial rolls from other suppliers?" "Not to my knowledge, Mr. Holmes, though I suppose it's possible that some might have been brought in before my time and stored somewhere I'm not aware of." Holmes spent several more minutes examining the storage area with meticulous attention, opening cabinets, inspecting the various supplies, occasionally using his lens to study particular items. I could see that he was building a mental inventory of the space, cataloguing everything that might prove relevant to the case. Finally, he turned back to Sykes with an expression that seemed almost apologetic. "Mr. Sykes, I thank you for your cooperation. You've been most helpful, and I have no reason to believe you're directly involved in today's events. However, I would ask that you remain available should I have additional questions." "Of course, Mr. Holmes. I'm as eager as anyone to see this matter resolved. It's rather unsettling to think that someone might have been using our supplies for nefarious purposes." As we left the storage area and returned to the main floor, Merridew fell into step beside Holmes. "Well, Mr. Holmes, do you believe Sykes is involved?" "I believe," Holmes said carefully, "that Sykes is exactly what he appears to be. A skilled craftsman with an honest character who has become, quite inadvertently, a source of materials for someone else's scheme. The missing sealing wax is particularly telling. Someone with access to this depot has been taking supplies gradually, carefully, in quantities small enough not to arouse immediate suspicion." "But who?" Merridew demanded. "All my employees have been thoroughly vetted. I would trust any of them with valuable parcels or confidential deliveries. Trust is a precious commodity, Mr. Merridew, and I do not suggest it has been misplaced. But consider this. Sometimes the person we trust most completely is precisely the person best positioned to betray that trust, should they choose to do so." Before Merridew could respond to this cryptic statement, we were interrupted by the arrival of Henderson, who appeared breathless from hurrying. "Mr. Holmes," he said urgently, "I've found the boy who delivered the cancellation notice to Pemberton's shop. He's waiting outside. I promised him a guinea for his information, as you suggested." "Excellent work, Henderson. Please bring him in." The boy, who entered a moment later, was perhaps 13 years old, thin as a whippet, with sharp eyes that assessed our small group with the calculating awareness of someone who had learned early to navigate the hard edges of London street life. His clothes were patched, but relatively clean, and he held his cap in his hands with a deference that was probably more calculated than genuine. "This is the gentleman I told you about," Henderson said, gesturing to Holmes. "The one who'll pay for useful information." The boy's eyes fixed on Holmes with undisguised interest. "You're Sherlock Holmes, ain't you? I heard about you. They say you can tell a man's whole life just by looking at his trouser cuffs." Holmes smiled slightly. "An exaggeration, but I appreciate the sentiment. What's your name, young man?" "Tommy Briggs, sir. At least, that's what I go by on the streets. Might not be my real name, but it's the one I answer to." "Very well, Tommy Briggs. Henderson tells me you delivered a message to a stationer's shop in Holborn yesterday evening. Can you tell me about that?" Tommy's eyes darted to Henderson, who nodded encouragingly. "I can, sir. Gentleman hired me around 6 o'clock, near Covent Garden. Said he needed a message delivered urgent-like to Holborn. Offered me 6pence, which is more than fair for such a job." "Describe this gentleman." "Well-dressed, sir. Fine coat, good boots, carried a walking stick with a silver handle, had grey hair and a neat beard, all trim and proper-like. Spoke educated, you know. Not putting on airs, just natural-like." Holmes and I exchanged glances. This matched the description Mrs. Thornton's maid had given of the gentleman observed near the Bedford Square house. "Age?" Holmes prompted. Hard to say with certainty, sir. Older'n you, younger than my grandfather would be if he were still alive. Maybe 50, maybe 60. Had that look about him like he'd seen a lot, but weren't worn down by it, if you understand my meaning. I do indeed. What exactly did he ask you to do? Gave me a card in an envelope, told me to take it to Pemberton's stationers in Holborn. Said to tell the proprietor it was from Branson and Merridew's, and that it was urgent. I done exactly as he asked, gave old Mr. Pemberton the envelope, said my piece, and left. Didn't wait for no reply because the gentleman said there wouldn't be none needed. Did this gentleman say anything else? Give any indication of why the message was urgent? Tommy frowned in concentration. He did say something odd, now you mention it. When he was giving me the envelope, he said, "Tell the man it's important to follow proper procedures, even when circumstances seem to have changed." I didn't understand what he meant, but I figured it weren't none of my business. Holmes's expression had taken on that quality of intense focus that I had learned to recognize as indicating a significant revelation. Follow proper procedures, even when circumstances seem to have changed, he repeated softly. Most interesting. Tommy, you've been very helpful. Henderson, please provide this young man with his guinea. As Henderson counted out the coins into Tommy's eager hand, Holmes added, "Tommy, if you should encounter this gentleman again, I would be most interested to hear of it. Here." He produced a card from his pocket. "This is my address. Send word if you see him, and there'll be another guinea in it for you." Tommy's eyes widened at this prospect, and he clutched the card as though it were a treasure. "Right you are, Mr. Holmes. I'll keep my eyes open, that I will." After the boy had departed, jingling his coins with evident satisfaction, Holmes stood in thoughtful silence for a long moment. Merridew, Henderson, Ashworth, who had been watching from nearby, and I all waited, sensing that Holmes was assembling the pieces of the puzzle in his remarkable mind. "Mr. Merridew," Holmes said finally, "I need you to think very carefully. Among your regular clients, not couriers or employees, but clients who regularly send parcels through your service, is there anyone who fits the description we've just heard? Grey-haired, well-dressed, educated bearing, perhaps in his 50s or early 60s. Merridew's face went through a remarkable series of expressions: puzzlement, consideration, dawning recognition, and finally something that looked very much like reluctant realization. "There is one client," he said slowly, "though I can hardly credit that he would be involved in anything improper. Professor Edmund Ashfield. He's a retired academic, taught at University College for many years. Logic and philosophy, I believe. He sends parcels regularly through our service, books, papers, correspondence with former colleagues, always very particular about proper procedures, always polite and professional." "A professor of logic and philosophy," Holmes repeated, and I detected a note of grim satisfaction in his voice. "Watson, do you recall our correspondent's signature? A student of method." "Good God," I breathed. "You think this professor is behind the entire scheme?" "I think," Holmes said carefully, "that we should pay a call on Professor Ashfield without delay. Where does he reside, Mr. Merridew?" "Bloomsbury, Mr. Holmes. Not far from Bedford Square, actually. Number 12, Gower Street." The pieces were falling into place now, and I could see the pattern emerging, the elaborate test of procedures, the philosophical approach to the entire affair, the careful planning and precise execution. A professor of logic would indeed approach such matters with exactly the methodical intelligence we had observed. "Mr. Merridew," Holmes said, "I believe we are very close to resolving this mystery. I suspect we will find Mrs. Pemberton's jewellery quite safe, and I further suspect we will discover that this entire affair has been, as our correspondent suggested, a test rather than a crime. But first, we must confront Professor Ashfield and understand exactly what he hoped to achieve." "Should I summon the police?" Merridew asked. "Not yet. Let us first determine whether we are dealing with criminal intent or merely with an academic exercise that has been carried to rather excessive lengths. Come, Watson, Ashworth, we have one final visit to make." As we prepared to depart once more, I found myself reflecting on the strange nature of this case. If Holmes's theory proved correct, we were dealing not with a criminal in the ordinary sense, but with someone who viewed the entire affair as an intellectual experiment, a way of testing both security systems and investigative methods. It was, in its way, almost flattering to Holmes, though I suspected he would not view it in quite that light. The afternoon was drawing toward evening as we stepped out into the autumn air once more, and I could not help but feel that we were approaching the denouement of this peculiar drama. What we would find at Professor Ashfield's residence I could not predict, but I knew from experience that Holmes's deductions were rarely wrong. The mystery of the empty parcel was, it seemed, about to reveal its final secrets. The cab journey to Gower Street was conducted in a silence quite different from the tense uncertainty that had characterized our earlier travels. Now there was a sense of anticipation, of approaching resolution, though I confess I remained unclear as to exactly what form that resolution would take. Holmes sat with his eyes half closed, his fingers once again forming that steeple beneath his chin, and I knew better than to interrupt what appeared to be a final review of the evidence and deductions that had brought us to this point. Young Ashworth, sitting beside me, seemed to be experiencing a mixture of emotions: relief that the mystery was apparently approaching its conclusion, anxiety about what we might discover, and perhaps a touch of confusion about how a retired professor of logic could be connected to the morning's bewildering events. I caught his eye and offered what I hoped was a reassuring smile, remembering how overwhelmed I had felt during my first experiences of Holmes's investigative methods. Gower Street, when we reached it, proved to be one of those thoroughly respectable Bloomsbury addresses that housed academics, professional men, and the more intellectually inclined members of London's middle classes. The houses were Georgian, well maintained, with small front gardens protected by iron railings. Trees lined the street, their autumn leaves creating patterns of gold and copper against the grey sky of late afternoon. It was precisely the sort of neighbourhood where one would expect to find a retired professor living out his days in contemplative comfort. Number 12 was distinguished from its neighbours only by the slightly more elaborate brass fittings on its door and the presence of what appeared to be an exceptionally well-stocked bookshelf visible through the ground floor window. Holmes studied the house for a long moment before approaching, his eyes taking in details that remained invisible to my ordinary perception. "Note the care with which this property is maintained, Watson," he murmured as we approached the door. "The brasswork is polished to a high shine, the steps are freshly swept, the window panes are spotless. This is the home of someone who values order and precision, qualities that would serve one well in orchestrating the events of this morning." He rang the bell, and we waited in the gathering dusk. I could hear the sound of footsteps approaching from within, and then the door was opened by a middle-aged woman in a housekeeper's dress, her expression politely inquiring. "Good evening," Holmes said with a courteous nod. "My name is Sherlock Holmes, and these are my associates, Dr. Watson and Mr. Ashworth. We're seeking Professor Edmund Ashfield on a matter of some urgency. Might he be at home?" The housekeeper's eyes widened slightly at Holmes's name, and I saw a flicker of what might have been recognition, or was it resignation, pass across her face. "Professor Ashfield is indeed at home, Mr. Holmes. In fact, I believe he has been expecting you. Please, come in." We were shown into a hallway that immediately confirmed my impression of the house's owner. The walls were lined with bookcases reaching from floor to ceiling, filled with volumes on philosophy, logic, mathematics, and various scientific disciplines. A small table held a neat stack of correspondence, and I noticed that even the umbrella stand contained its contents arranged with geometric precision. Walking sticks organized by height, umbrellas grouped by colour. "If you'll wait in the drawing room," the housekeeper said, opening a door to our right, "I'll inform the professor of your arrival." The drawing room into which we were shown was exactly what one might expect from an academic of refined tastes and systematic habits. More bookcases lined the walls, interspersed with framed certificates, and what appeared to be commendations from various academic institutions. A fire burned cheerfully in the grate, and several comfortable chairs were arranged to take advantage of its warmth. On a mahogany desk near the window, I could see papers arranged in precise stacks, a pen and inkwell positioned at exact right angles, and, most tellingly, several sheets of cream-coloured cardstock that looked remarkably similar to the notification forms used by Branson and Merridews. "He's been expecting us," Ashworth whispered, his voice carrying a note of wonder. "How could he have known we would come?" "Because," said a cultured voice from the doorway, "Mr. Holmes's reputation for thoroughness and deductive reasoning is well deserved, and because I rather hoped he would solve my little puzzle with exactly the efficiency he has demonstrated." We turned to find ourselves facing the man who could only be Professor Edmund Ashfield. He was indeed, as Tommy Briggs and Mrs. Thornton's maid had described him, grey-haired, with a neatly trimmed beard that had once been dark but was now touched with silver. His age I estimated at perhaps 60 years, though his bearing was erect, and his eyes, a striking shade of blue-grey, sparkled with keen intelligence and what appeared to be genuine pleasure at our presence. He wore a smoking jacket of dark green velvet over a white shirt and grey trousers, and he carried a meerschaum pipe that was, at the moment, unlit. "Professor Ashfield, I presume," Holmes said, and I detected a note in his voice that I had rarely heard, a mixture of intellectual respect and cautious disapproval. "Indeed, Mr. Holmes, and Dr. Watson, I'm honoured to meet you. I've read your accounts of Mr. Holmes's cases with considerable interest, though I confess I sometimes wish you would include more detail about his deductive processes. The mechanics of reasoning are often more instructive than the dramatic resolutions." He turned to Ashworth with an expression of genuine contrition. "And you, young man, must be Mr. Thomas Ashworth. Please accept my sincere apologies for the distress I have caused you today. It was never my intention to harm your professional prospects or cause you personal anxiety." Ashworth stood speechless, clearly overwhelmed by this direct address from the man responsible for his morning's tribulations. Holmes, however, wasted no time on preliminary courtesies. Professor, I believe you have something that belongs to Mrs. Pemberton. Jewelry that was misdirected through a rather elaborate series of manipulations this morning. Might you produce it so that we can return it to its rightful owner?" Ashfield smiled slightly and moved to his desk, from which he produced a small wooden box. Opening it, he revealed a collection of jewelry, rings, a necklace, and several brooches that glinted in the firelight. "All quite safe, Mr. Holmes, and carefully inventoried. I assure you, not a single piece is missing. I have no interest in theft. My purposes were entirely experimental and educational." "Educational," Holmes repeated, and there was a distinct edge to his tone now. "Professor, you disrupted a legitimate business, caused considerable distress to an innocent young man, forged business documents, and engaged in what could quite easily be construed as theft and fraud. These are serious matters, regardless of your stated intentions." "I am quite aware of the seriousness, Mr. Holmes," Ashfield replied, his expression becoming more sober. "And I accept full responsibility for my actions. Indeed, I am prepared to make complete restitution and to explain myself to whatever authorities you deem appropriate. But first, might I be permitted to explain my motivations? I believe you will find them, if not excusable, then at least comprehensible." Holmes studied the professor for a long moment, and I could see the conflict in his expression, intellectual curiosity warring with moral disapproval. Finally, he gestured to the chairs. "Very well, Professor. We will hear your explanation. But I warn you, if I am not satisfied that your purposes were genuinely benign, I shall have no hesitation in summoning the police." We all took seats around the fire, and Ashfield settled into what was clearly his customary chair, the pipe now forgotten in his hand as he gathered his thoughts. The flames cast dancing shadows across his face, and in that moment he looked less like a criminal mastermind and more like what he truly was, an elderly academic wrestling with questions that had troubled him for years. "Gentlemen," he began, "for 35 years I taught logic and philosophy at University College. My specialty was the philosophy of systems, how complex networks of human activity function, how rules and procedures shape behavior, and how seemingly secure systems can be vulnerable to those who understand their underlying structures. A theoretical interest in security vulnerabilities," Holmes observed dryly. "Precisely, Mr. Holmes. But it remained purely theoretical until I retired 3 years ago. In retirement, I found myself with time to reflect on a question that had long troubled me. How much of the security we trust in our daily lives is genuine protection, and how much is merely comfortable illusion? Are the systems we rely upon, postal services, banks, government offices, truly secure? Or do they simply appear secure because no one has seriously tested them?" "So you decided to conduct a test," said, beginning to understand the professor's reasoning. "Not immediately, Dr. Watson. For 2 years, I merely observed and studied. I sent parcels through various delivery services, noting their procedures, identifying their assumptions, looking for vulnerabilities. Branson and Meridews particularly interested me because they prided themselves on their security and reliability. They were, in effect, claiming to have developed a system that couldn't be easily manipulated." "And you took that as a challenge," Holmes said. "I took it as an opportunity for empirical research, Mr. Holmes. I wanted to see whether my theoretical understanding of system vulnerabilities could be applied in practice. Could someone with sufficient intelligence and planning actually manipulate a supposedly secure system? And more importantly, what would such a test reveal about the nature of security itself? Ashworth, who had been listening with growing comprehension, suddenly spoke. "But why involve me? Why not test the system yourself, or use someone who knew what you were doing?" Ashfield turned to him with an expression of genuine regret. "Because, Mr. Ashworth, a true test required the participation of someone who was genuinely innocent, someone who would follow procedures exactly as they were meant to be followed, without any awareness that they were part of an experiment. You were new to the firm, conscientious, eager to prove yourself. You were, I'm afraid, the ideal test subject precisely because of your honesty and diligence." "That's monstrous," I said, unable to contain my indignation. "You used this young man as an unwitting pawn in your intellectual game." "I did," Ashfield admitted, and I detected genuine shame in his voice. "It is perhaps the aspect of this experiment that I regret most deeply. Mr. Ashworth, I can only say again that I am profoundly sorry for the distress I caused you. My actions were academically justifiable, but morally inexcusable." Holmes had been listening to this exchange with an expression I could not quite read. Now he leaned forward, his eyes fixed intently on the professor. "Your test succeeded, obviously. You demonstrated that even a careful, security-conscious firm like Branson and Merridew's could be manipulated. What did you learn from this exercise, Professor? What conclusions did you draw?" Ashfield's expression brightened with the enthusiasm of a scholar discussing his research. "Several important conclusions, Mr. Holmes. First, that human trust and routine are both the greatest strengths and the greatest vulnerabilities of any system. People like Mr. Merridew have developed excellent procedures, but those procedures depend on the assumption that everyone involved is acting in good faith. Once that assumption is violated, the entire system becomes exploitable." "Hardly a revelation," Holmes observed. "Perhaps not to you, Mr. Holmes, whose entire profession depends on understanding human fallibility. But consider the broader implications. Our society functions on systems of trust. Banks trust that account holders are who they claim to be. Postal services trust that parcels contain what their labels say they contain. Government offices trust that documents are genuine. If these systems of trust can be manipulated by one retired professor conducting an experiment, imagine what could be accomplished by someone with truly malicious intent." "You're suggesting your little test was a public service?" I asked, incredulously. "I'm suggesting, Dr. Watson, that it revealed vulnerabilities that should be addressed. Consider Mr. Ashworth's experience this morning. He followed every procedure correctly, yet he still ended up delivering the wrong parcel to the wrong address. The system failed not because of his error, but because the system itself had exploitable assumptions built into it." Holmes rose and moved to the window, staring out at the darkening street. "Professor, I understand your intellectual interest in these questions, but you've created more than an abstract demonstration. You've frightened an honest young man, potentially damaged a reputable business, and violated numerous laws. What did you intend to do with your findings? Publish them? Present them to some academic audience?" "I intended," Ashfield said quietly, "to write to several delivery services, banks, and government offices, explaining what I had done and offering recommendations for improving their security. I hope to spark a conversation about the nature of trust and verification in modern commerce." "And the jewellery?" Holmes turned back to face the professor. Was it always your intention to return it? Absolutely, Mr. Holmes. As I said, I have no interest in theft. The jewellery was merely a prop, something of sufficient value that its loss would be noticed and investigated, but not so valuable that its temporary displacement would constitute a genuine crisis. I plan to return it anonymously this evening, along with a detailed explanation of how it had been diverted. There was a long silence in the room, broken only by the crackling of the fire. I watched Holmes's face, trying to gauge his reaction to this extraordinary confession. Finally, he spoke, and his voice carried a weariness that surprised me. Professor Ashfield, I find myself in an unusual position. You have committed crimes, forgery, fraud, possibly theft, depending on how a magistrate might interpret your actions. By rights, I should summon the police immediately. And yet... He paused, seeming to wrestle with some internal conflict. And yet, I cannot entirely dismiss the validity of your underlying concerns. You have indeed revealed genuine vulnerabilities in systems that many people trust implicitly. Then you understand, Ashfield said, leaning forward eagerly. I understand your motivations, Professor. That does not mean I condone your methods. There is a profound difference between intellectual exercise and practical action. Your experiment, as you call it, had real consequences for real people. Mr. Ashworth could have lost his position. Mr. Merridew's business could have suffered irreparable damage to its reputation. These are not abstract considerations. They are human costs of your philosophical inquiry. Ashworth, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly spoke with unexpected firmness. Mr. Holmes, if I might say something? Of course, Mr. Ashworth. The young man turned to face Professor Ashfield directly. Sir, I will not pretend that this morning was anything other than one of the most frightening experiences of my life. For several hours, I believed that my career, my ability to support my mother and build a future for myself, had been destroyed through some error I couldn't understand. That fear was real, and it was terrible. Ashfield nodded, his expression pained. I know, and I am truly... But, Ashworth continued, holding up a hand, I have also learned something valuable from this experience. I've learned that even when one follows all the rules, even when one does everything correctly, circumstances beyond one's control can still create chaos. And I've learned that there are people like Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson who will help untangle such chaos, and people like Mr. Merridew who will trust their employees even when evidence seems damning. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Professor Ashfield, your methods were wrong. You caused genuine harm through your experiment. But if your goal was truly to improve security and prevent future problems, then perhaps something good can still come from this. If you're willing to work with Branson and Merridew's, openly this time, with full disclosure, to help them improve their procedures, then perhaps we can transform this incident from a harmful prank into a genuine learning opportunity. I found myself staring at the young courier with new respect. Here was someone who had been victimized, who had every right to demand punishment for his tormentor, yet who was offering instead a path toward redemption and constructive resolution. It was, I thought, a display of maturity and wisdom that many men twice his age might not have managed. Holmes's expression had softened considerably as Ashworth spoke. Mr. Ashworth makes an excellent suggestion, Professor. If you are genuinely interested in improving security, rather than merely demonstrating your own cleverness, then you should be willing to work openly with those whose systems you've exposed as vulnerable. Ashfield set down his pipe and stood, moving to face Ashworth directly. Young man, You are far more generous than I deserve. Yes, I would be honored to work with Branson and Merridews to help improve their procedures. And I will, of course, provide whatever compensation is necessary for the trouble I've caused. To the firm, to you personally, and to anyone else who was affected by my experiment. There is still the matter of the forged documents and the technical violations of law, Holmes noted. Those cannot simply be ignored. I have no intention of ignoring them, Mr. Holmes. I will present myself to whatever legal authority you deem appropriate, and accept whatever consequences are deemed fitting. I am an old man who has lived a life of intellectual privilege. If I must spend my remaining years explaining my actions to magistrates and making restitution, so be it. Holmes considered this for a long moment, then glanced at me. I could see he was seeking my counsel, and I gave a slight nod. Sometimes, I had learned, justice required not punishment, but transformation, the conversion of potential harm into actual good. Very well, Holmes said finally. Here is what will happen. Tomorrow morning you will accompany us to Branson and Merridews, where you will make a complete confession to Mr. Merridew in the presence of witnesses. You will return the jewellery, provide full financial compensation for any losses the firm has suffered, and offer your services as a security consultant, without fee, for a period of no less than 1 year. You will help them identify and address the vulnerabilities you exploited, and you will do so with complete transparency and humility. I agree unreservedly, Ashfield said. Furthermore, Holmes continued, you will write a detailed account of your methodology and findings, which will be provided to several reputable delivery services and security firms, again without fee, so that they may learn from this incident and improve their own procedures. This account will include a full acknowledgement of the harm your methods caused, and a clear statement that such methods should never be employed without the explicit consent of all parties involved. I will do so, Mr. Holmes. And finally, Holmes's voice took on a steely edge. If you ever again decide to conduct such an experiment on unsuspecting individuals or institutions, I will personally ensure that the full weight of the law falls upon you. Is that understood? Completely, Mr. Holmes. You have my word, for whatever an old fool's word may be worth, that I will never again allow my intellectual curiosity to override my moral judgment. Holmes nodded, seemingly satisfied, then turned to Ashworth. Mr. Ashworth, I believe you have shown remarkable character today. You came to me this morning as a frightened young man facing potential ruin, and you leave this evening having demonstrated wisdom, compassion, and maturity that many wouldn't manage in similar circumstances. I suspect Branson and Merridews will come to value you even more highly after today's events. Ashworth's face coloured with pleasure at this praise. Thank you, Mr. Holmes, though I confess I still feel somewhat overwhelmed by everything that's happened. A natural response, I said warmly, clapping him on the shoulder. But you've conducted yourself admirably throughout this ordeal. As we prepared to depart, taking the box of jewellery with us to return to its rightful owner that very evening, I reflected on the strange transformation this case had undergone. What had begun as an apparent theft had become a test, and what had seemed to be simple villainy had revealed itself as misguided but not entirely malicious philosophy in action. And most remarkably, a young man who had started the day fearing for his future had ended it, demonstrating qualities of character that would serve him well throughout his life. Sometimes, I thought, the greatest mysteries are not those of criminal intent, but those of human nature itself. the capacity for both foolishness and wisdom, for both harm and healing that resides in every heart. And sometimes justice requires not the satisfaction of punishment, but the harder work of redemption and growth. The fire in my study burns low now as I complete this account, the coals glowing with that deep orange radiance that seems almost alive in the darkness. Outside my window, London has settled into its evening rhythms. The distant rumble of late carriages, the occasional call of a street vendor making his final rounds, the soft susurration of autumn wind through the trees that line our quiet street. It is the time of day I have always found most conducive to reflection, when the immediate demands of the world recede, and one can contemplate the deeper meanings of the events one has witnessed. It has been nearly 3 months since that peculiar October day when young Thomas Ashworth first appeared at 221B Baker Street, with his empty parcel and his frightened eyes. 3 months during which the consequences of Professor Ashfield's experiment have rippled outward in ways that none of us could have entirely predicted, though I believe Holmes suspected from the beginning that something significant might emerge from that strange affair. The immediate resolution was straightforward enough. That very evening, Holmes and I accompanied Professor Ashfield to the Pemberton residence in Kensington, where the jewellery was restored to its rightful owner, with profound apologies and explanations. Mrs. Pemberton, a formidable woman in her 60s with steel-grey hair and penetrating eyes, listened to the professor's confession with an expression that cycled through disbelief, outrage, and, surprisingly, something that might have been grudging respect. "You orchestrated this entire charade to test a philosophical theory," she had demanded, the jewellery box clutched in her hands. "You terrified honest workers, disrupted legitimate business, and committed what amounts to fraud, all in service of an academic exercise." "I did, madam," Ashfield replied, and to his credit he met her gaze directly, without flinching. "And I can offer no excuse that would justify such actions. I can only acknowledge the harm I caused, and commit myself to ensuring that some good emerges from my foolishness." Mrs. Pemberton had studied him for a long moment, and I saw in her face the same calculation I had observed in Holmes's, weighing the nature of the offence against the character of the offender, seeking the path that would serve justice, rather than merely satisfy indignation. "See that you do, Professor," she said finally. "I am not a vindictive woman, but I am a practical one. If your experiment truly revealed vulnerabilities that could be exploited by those with less academic motives, then you have a moral obligation to help correct those vulnerabilities, and I shall be watching to ensure you fulfill that obligation." The following morning, as Holmes had stipulated, Professor Ashfield presented himself at the Branson and Merridew depot. I was present for that meeting, as were Holmes, Mr. Merridew, and young Ashworth. What transpired was something I had rarely witnessed, a complete, unvarnished confession delivered with intellectual precision and genuine contrition. Ashfield explained every detail of his methodology, how he had observed the depot's operations over months by posing as a regular client, how he had studied the routing procedures and timing, how he had created the forged notification forms using paper stock nearly identical to the firm's standard supply, how he had arranged for the parcels to be switched through a combination of timing and misdirection that exploited the natural assumptions of honest workers. He held nothing back, and with each revelation I saw Mr. Merridew's expression shift from anger to fascination despite himself. "You're saying," Merridew said slowly when the professor had finished, "that all of our security procedures Procedures we've developed and refined over 15 years can be circumvented by someone with sufficient planning and understanding of our operations. Not easily circumvented, Mr. Merridew, Ashfield replied. Your procedures are quite sound, and they would defeat casual theft or opportunistic fraud. But they rest on certain assumptions, that parcels come from legitimate sources, that notification forms are genuine, that courier assignments reflect actual routing decisions. Someone who understands these assumptions can exploit them. Then how do we prevent such exploitation? And there, in that question, lay the seed of what would become a remarkable collaboration. Over the weeks that followed, Professor Ashfield worked closely with Branson and Merridew to redesign their security procedures. He introduced verification systems, authentication protocols, and cross-checking mechanisms that would make it far more difficult for anyone, including himself, to manipulate their operations. But more than that, he trained their staff to think differently about security. He taught them to question assumptions, to verify rather than trust, to recognize the patterns that might indicate deception. And he did so not with the arrogance of someone demonstrating superior knowledge, but with the humility of someone genuinely seeking to repair the harm he had caused. Young Ashworth, I am pleased to report, emerged from the affair with his position not only intact, but strengthened. Mr. Merridew, recognizing the maturity and wisdom the young man had displayed, promoted him to a supervisory role, training new couriers and helping to implement Professor Ashfield's security recommendations. When I last saw Ashworth, some weeks ago, he carried himself with a quiet confidence that had not been present during his frightened appearance in our sitting room that October morning. "Dr. Watson," he said to me during that encounter, "I know it sounds strange, but I'm almost grateful for what happened. Not for the fear and confusion, certainly, but for what I learned about myself and about how to handle crisis. Professor Ashfield's experiment taught me that the world is more complex than I had imagined, but also that there are people of good character who will help when things go wrong. I think often of that statement and what it reveals about the nature of growth and resilience. Young Ashworth could have emerged from his experience bitter and cynical, trusting nothing and no one. Instead, he chose to extract wisdom from difficulty, to find meaning in chaos, and to build something constructive from the rubble of his shattered assumptions. It is, I think, a testament to the fundamental soundness of his character that he was able to do so. As for Professor Ashfield himself, he has become something of a consultant to various institutions throughout London, helping them examine their security procedures and identify vulnerabilities before they can be exploited. He works without fee, as Holmes stipulated, and by all accounts, he approaches this work with genuine dedication and continued humility. He has published several papers on the philosophy of systems security, each one including frank acknowledgement of his own errors and clear statements about the ethical boundaries that must govern such research. Holmes and I dined with him once, about 6 weeks after the initial incident, at his invitation. Over an excellent meal in his Bloomsbury home, we discussed the broader implications of his experiment and the lessons it had revealed. "Mr. Holmes," the professor said as we lingered over port in his study, "I have been meaning to ask you something. You solved my puzzle with remarkable speed, faster than I had anticipated. What was the crucial clue that led you to identify me as the orchestrator?" Holmes smiled slightly, swirling the port in his glass. There were several clues, Professor, but the most significant was your letter, the one signed a student of method. The phrasing betrayed an academic background, and the choice to contact me directly suggested someone who viewed the entire affair as an intellectual discourse, rather than a criminal enterprise. Once I understood that we were dealing with someone conducting a test, rather than committing a crime, the field of suspects narrowed considerably. And the handwriting. Distinctive enough to be memorable, yet controlled enough to suggest extensive practice in written communication. An academic's hand, certainly, and one accustomed to marking papers and writing detailed analyses. When Mr. Merridew mentioned a client who was a professor of logic and philosophy, someone who regularly sent parcels and who fit the physical description we had gathered, the conclusion became inescapable. Ashfield nodded thoughtfully. I confess I was hoping you would solve it quickly. Had you not, I would have been forced to reveal myself earlier than planned. I had no desire to cause prolonged distress to Mr. Ashworth or lasting harm to Branson and Merridew's reputation. Yet, you were willing to cause temporary distress and potential harm, I observed, unable to entirely suppress my disapproval. I was, Dr. Watson, and that was my fundamental error. I allowed my intellectual curiosity to override my moral judgment. I told myself that the ends would justify the means, that the knowledge gained would outweigh the temporary harm caused. It is a rationalization that has led to countless tragedies throughout human history, and I am ashamed to have fallen prey to it myself. There was a sincerity in his voice that I found difficult to dismiss, and I saw in his eyes the genuine regret of someone who had confronted his own capacity for causing harm and been shocked by what he discovered. It is easy, I reflected, to criticize others for their failures of judgment, while remaining blind to our own. Ashfield's great mistake had been to prioritize abstract knowledge over concrete human welfare. But how many of us, in our various ways, commit similar errors without the professor's eventual recognition and remorse? Holmes, I noticed, was studying Ashfield with that peculiar expression he sometimes wore when encountering a mind that intrigued him despite himself. "Professor," he said after a moment, "you have posed an interesting question, even if your methods of exploring it were profoundly misguided. How do we maintain security in systems that depend fundamentally on trust? How do we verify without destroying the efficiency that trust makes possible? That is indeed the central paradox, Mr. Holmes. Too little verification, and systems become vulnerable to exploitation. Too much verification, and systems become so cumbersome that they cease to function effectively. Finding the proper balance is one of the great challenges of modern society." They continued in this vein for some time, debating the philosophical implications of security, trust, and verification with an intensity that left me somewhat behind. I am not, I confess, particularly inclined toward abstract philosophical discourse. My training and temperament draw me more toward the concrete and practical. But I listened with interest, observing the interplay between these two remarkable minds, and reflecting on how strange it was that a criminal experiment should have given rise to such profound intellectual exchange. As the evening drew to a close, and Holmes and I prepared to depart, Professor Ashfield detained us for a moment longer. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I want to thank you for the path you chose in responding to my actions. You could easily have summoned the police, and no one would have faulted you for doing so. Instead, You chose a resolution that emphasized redemption and constructive change rather than punishment. I am more grateful than I can adequately express." Holmes regarded him with an expression I could not quite read. "Professor, I did not do it for your sake. I did it for Mr. Ashworth's sake, and for the sake of the genuine improvements to security that might emerge from your work. Do not mistake practical pragmatism for moral approval." "I understand, Mr. Holmes. Nevertheless, I am grateful." Now, sitting in my study, these months later, I find myself still pondering the lessons of that strange case. It was not one of our more dramatic adventures. No murders to solve, no international conspiracies to unravel, no desperate chases through London's darker corners. And yet, in its way, it was perhaps more thought-provoking than many of our more sensational cases. The affair of the empty parcel taught me several things. It taught me about the resilience of the human spirit, as exemplified by young Ashworth's ability to transform a frightening experience into an opportunity for growth. It taught me about the complexities of justice, and how sometimes the most appropriate response to wrongdoing is not punishment, but transformation. It taught me about the dangers of allowing intellectual curiosity to override human empathy, and the importance of considering the concrete effects of abstract ideas. Most of all, perhaps, it taught me something about Holmes himself. I had watched him throughout that day, observing his reactions to each new development, and I had seen something I did not always perceive in his responses to cases. Beneath his famous analytical detachment, beneath the cold logic and the sometimes harsh judgments, there existed a fundamental compassion, a recognition that people are complex, that motivations matter, and that the goal of investigation should not be merely to solve puzzles, but to serve genuine human welfare. When we had returned to Baker Street that evening after our various confrontations and resolutions, Holmes had been uncharacteristically quiet. He had settled into his chair with his pipe, staring into the fire for a long time before speaking. "Watson," he had said finally, "do you think we did right today?" The question surprised me. Holmes rarely second-guessed his decisions. "I believe we did, Holmes. We recovered the stolen property, exposed the vulnerabilities in Branson and Merridew's systems, and found a resolution that may ultimately make several institutions more secure. And we did it without destroying either a young man's career or an old man's remaining years." "And yet," Holmes said quietly, "Ashfield did commit crimes. By choosing not to involve the police, we have arguably placed ourselves above the law, deciding for ourselves what justice should be in this instance." "Sometimes," I ventured, "justice requires more nuance than the law allows. The law would have punished Ashfield, certainly, but would that punishment have served any useful purpose? Would it have improved security, or restored the stolen jewellery, or taught Ashworth anything valuable? Or would it merely have satisfied society's desire for retribution?" Holmes had smiled slightly at that. "You're becoming quite philosophical yourself, Watson. But yes, I think you're right. Though I confess it troubles me to think that my decision was based partly on my recognition of a kindred spirit. Ashfield's mind, however misguided its applications, operates according to principles I understand and even admire. Would I have been so lenient with someone less intellectually interesting? It was a question I could not answer then, and cannot answer now. But I appreciate that Holmes asked it of himself, that he was willing to examine his own motivations and question his own judgments. It is, I think, what separates the truly wise from the merely clever, the ability to turn one's analytical powers inward as well as outward, to question oneself as rigorously as one questions others. The case had one final, unexpected consequence that I must record before I close this account. Some weeks after the initial incident, Holmes received a letter from Professor Ashfield. It contained a detailed analysis of several other institutions' security procedures, banks, government offices, private courier services, all examined with the same rigorous logic that Ashfield had applied to Branson and Merridew's, but this time through observation and publicly available information rather than through deceptive experimentation. "He's trying to make amends," Holmes had said, reading through the document with evident interest, and I must admit his analyses are quite brilliant. He's identified vulnerabilities that could be exploited for genuine harm, and he's done so without violating any laws or causing any distress. Will you share his findings with the relevant institutions? I will, though anonymously and with careful editing to remove any information that could itself be used for harmful purposes. If some good can emerge from Ashfield's folly, then we should facilitate that good. And so the knowledge gained from one man's misguided experiment has been transformed into genuine protection for others. The systems that govern our daily lives, the mechanisms by which we send parcels, transfer money, communicate across distances, are marginally more secure because an old professor allowed his intellectual curiosity to lead him astray and then committed himself to making amends. Is this a happy ending? I suppose that depends on one's perspective. Young Ashworth would say yes. He has advanced in his career and gained confidence in himself. Professor Ashfield might say yes. He has found meaningful work that serves society rather than merely satisfying his own curiosity. Mr. Merridew would likely say yes. His business has become more secure, and his reputation has not suffered. For myself, I would say that it is a realistic ending, not perfectly happy, not entirely sad, but rather the sort of mixed outcome that characterizes most of human experience. Mistakes were made, harm was caused, lessons were learned, and some measure of good emerged from the difficulty. It is, I think, the best we can hope for in an imperfect world populated by imperfect people. The fire has burned down to embers now, and the hour grows late. Outside my window, London sleeps, or pretends to sleep, while the great machinery of human commerce and communication continues its eternal turning. Somewhere in the city, parcels are being sorted for tomorrow's deliveries. Letters are being written and sealed. Messages are being entrusted to systems we hope are secure. And somewhere, perhaps, someone with intelligence and planning is studying those systems, looking for vulnerabilities, seeing patterns that others miss. Whether that person's intentions are benign or malicious, whether they will use their knowledge to protect or to exploit, I cannot know. But I take comfort in knowing that there are people like Sherlock Holmes who stand ready to unravel whatever deceptions may be woven, and people like Thomas Ashworth who maintain their integrity even when systems fail. The empty parcel that began this strange affair sits now on a shelf in Holmes's room at Baker Street. He kept it as a memento, he said, though I suspect it serves also as a reminder of the case's philosophical complexities. It is, in its way, a perfect symbol for the entire affair, carefully wrapped, properly addressed, following all the correct forms and procedures, yet containing nothing but air. How often, I wonder, do we encounter similar emptiness in our daily lives? How often do we trust in systems, procedures, and assurances that may be as hollow as that brown paper parcel? And how often do we fail to question whether the forms we follow serve any genuine purpose, or whether they are merely comfortable rituals that give us the illusion of security? These are not comfortable questions, and I am grateful that I have Holmes to help me navigate their complexities. His mind, with all its remarkable analytical power, is perhaps most valuable, not in solving crimes, but in seeing through the comfortable illusions that blind most of us to uncomfortable truths. He recognizes that security is not merely a matter of locks and procedures, but of constantly questioning, constantly verifying, constantly remaining alert to the possibility that what appears solid may be hollow. And yet, and this is perhaps the most important lesson of all, he also recognizes that we cannot live in constant suspicion and verification. We must trust, even knowing that trust can be betrayed. We must follow procedures, even knowing that procedures can be exploited. We must assume good faith in others, even knowing that some will abuse that assumption. The alternative, a world in which no one trusts anyone, in which every transaction requires exhaustive verification, in which human warmth and generosity are replaced by cold calculation, is no world at all, but rather a prison of our own making. The true wisdom, then, lies in balancing trust with vigilance, efficiency with security, hope with realism. It is a balance that Professor Ashfield lost for a time in his obsession with demonstrating vulnerabilities. It is a balance that young Ashworth found in choosing to see opportunity rather than merely threat in his frightening experience. And it is a balance that Holmes maintains with remarkable consistency, using his great gifts not to sow suspicion, but to restore order, not to demonstrate the worst of human nature, but to protect the best. As I close this journal and prepare to retire for the evening, I find myself filled with gratitude for my partnership with Holmes, for the opportunity to witness and record these strange adventures, for the privilege of observing how intelligence and compassion can work together to serve justice, and for the reminder that even in our failures and mistakes, we can find opportunities for growth and redemption. The case of the empty parcel is complete, its mysteries unraveled, its lessons absorbed. But the larger mysteries of human nature, of trust and security, of wisdom and folly, these remain, as they always will, inviting our continued contemplation and understanding. May we all have the wisdom to question our assumptions, the courage to acknowledge our mistakes, the compassion to forgive others' failures, and the humility to recognize that we are all, in our various ways, students stumbling toward understanding in a world far more complex than any of us can fully comprehend. And may the empty parcels we encounter in life, the disappointments, the betrayals, the moments when what seemed substantial proves hollow, teach us not cynicism, but wisdom, not suspicion, but discernment, not bitterness, but the harder one and more valuable quality of realistic hope. The fire dies, the night deepens, and somewhere in the room above I hear Holmes's violin taking up a gentle melody, one of his own compositions, I believe, melancholy, yet somehow comforting in its acceptance of complexity and imperfection. It is a fitting accompaniment to the close of this strange day, this strange case, this strange but ultimately instructive episode in the ongoing adventure of living thoughtfully in an uncertain world. I set down my pen, close my journal, and allow the music to wash over me, grateful for the comfort of friendship, the satisfaction of a mystery solved, and the quiet pleasure of reflection in a peaceful room while London sleeps beyond my walls.